Third one, get the party to Elnheim. Tosophia, what's going on with the barrier on its borders?
Okay, and then the first one was private, correct?
Yes. I almost read it out loud.
Yeah. All right. So that's that. Theta, do you have your goals?
Yeah, they're the same as usual, except I'm gonna make a little addendum. I'm gonna make
Yeah, I don't.
It's the usual, except I'm going to.
Yeah.
Okay, there we
go. Okay.
Yeah, I think that qualifies as both Desmond and Professor Abacus.
Desmond's mine, motherfucker. What are you doing? You trying to step on my?
It counts if I'm in that fight.
Yeah, you're not wrong. So the
Listen, I don't need to kill you below.
So unlocking the further potential in your like Voidborn abilities has been completed twice already. Just reminding you, if you want to like keep it, that's fine. As long as you still work towards it. Okay.
Having a little freaky arm is fun.
It is pretty interesting.
Adds a lot. Did you?
What?
Did you
get
the ruling for the necrotic thing? What really needs to happen is that you should just go in and edit Voidborn every time something new happens, because you could just copy paste it in there.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and put the new stuff in your ability if I can find it. Well, I was like counting these as like spells almost, but like it's more like a feature, really.
It's both. That's the worst part.
Yeah. Did you? So you have Void Whip in there already. I'll go ahead and add a little bit of addendum in there for. You can save or change the name if you like.
Of what?
The new ability.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, you can like actually color text in the descriptions of.
Yeah, I don't want to fuck with it because it's Hive Mind.
Yeah, it's a little bit more advanced than I let on, because I thought it might be interesting and be cool to give you a way to use your points.
Utilizing the connection that you have developed with your spawn, share your knowledge with them, allowing them to aid you in the casting spells that cost 1 point plus spell level. Damage of the spell to change the damage, as well as having added damage at higher levels. Higher levels for every level of the ability. Maximum happy with the character level. Optionally signed an extra 2. Nice.
You know, I figured it's better than adding like a flat charisma bonus, because it's like it's already changing the damage type, and that's a pretty big deal for some enemies. So like, say you wanted to cast Eldritch Blast, you would just need to spend 1 point because it's a cantrip.
Yeah.
And it would change the damage, and yeah, and then you could optionally spend an extra 2 or whatever per level, and you could do that up to 5 times. So you could spend 10 for 5d4 for 3d4 rounds. It's pretty great. But yeah, that should be neat.
That will be neat.
Okay.
Theta will be Theta slowly becoming a DPS. The more it goes on. He's still a utility caster ultimately.
Well, it's because it's the reason I decided to make it so powerful is because it's really slowly regenerating, and you could really only do that like once per like 2 or 3 long rests.
Yeah, I'm back to 53 though, aren't I? Because it's been several days. And my whip would not be a
to you, it's been a singular long rest.
No. Because I didn't use my void whip stop when Desmond captured at me, and you said it was multiple days to the point where I had
Okay. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, I was just saying there's a big gap of time between me casting void whip I had,
Right. So the
multiple
first
short rests.
time, yeah, the first time was like in the square, and it took like 3 days to get from being captured to the camp. So you got like 3 long rests, and then you got one at the laboratory.
And I had what, 5. So that's 4 long rests, and it's half my level rounded down.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So that's 25.
Sounds right.
30. Okay. Okay, I'm 30 out of 53. Works for me.
I don't know if in practice that becomes like,
It's not problematic. I just need to eat
yeah.
people.
I just need to like
It gives me a
I
really
might
good reason
I
to be
might need
proactive
to
with the role play of cannibalism.
I was saying I might need to like, I don't know, increase the like void point cost for certain skills or whatever in the future. If things like that, if I notice it becoming like glaringly overpowered or something, because
Perhaps
it is
if it,
very homebrew and it's
listen,
like
no,
rough.
listen, don't worry. If there's a crack, I'll find it.
Oh yeah, yeah. I trust in my players to do the most powerful things that they can with their characters.
I'm kind of good at D&D sometimes.
I'm really good at this role playing game.
Um,
So,
well, D&D the combat sim.
uh,
Let's say.
I was going to open up this session with a thing from Sylvie's perspective, but since she's not here, we're not going to do that. We're going to do a different thing. Is this a good one? No. Music.
Music.
The most twisted and fucked up thing we could do is stay in our perspective and suddenly have no knowledge. Just be fucking blind. Go to hell. That'd be spooky. That'd actually be. I'm gonna write that down
Oops.
for my own session.
Oops.
Six, are you listening to the Dark Souls sound?
Shut the fuck
OST?
up! I do what I want. Am I not allowed to enjoy some music?
No, you can do it. I'm not
Pling,
blaming
pling,
you.
plong.
No, it's the nameless song.
Oh.
I listened to the Red Dead Redemption soundtrack.
The fucking
Nice.
loser.
All right.
Sorry.
Trying to think of
You know,
what actually needs to go on.
Hookers and Blow.
maybe.
What?
Maybe.
We find them in the basement.
I don't know
Get
if
some
that's
glow
their,
sticks.
I don't know if that's their spawn location.
I think so. They glitch through the floor. Players don't usually go down here.
Oh my god, Hooker speedrun.
Okay, so we're beginning the session now. Does everyone know what's going on? Did everyone read the recap?
Maybe,
Yeah.
maybe not. Yeah, I did.
So we begin. The title of the title flashes on the screen. You can see Secrets of Ebbon, normal splash screen type of stuff, and then it fades. And
what's our theme song?
What's the font?
Papyrus.
there is no theme song yet. It starts usually at the first scene, like when the camera sort of fades in or like flashes in.
You didn't answer. What's the font? Is it like Courier New?
It's like
New Roman.
It's
Or like the Doom. This is the Doom font.
It's like Elder Scrolls font, kinda.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
How
Yeah.
fun.
But like slightly darker, like everything shifted to like the gradient point.
We need a group commission of our characters walking away from an explosion behind us, and
I
then
could just draw it.
or like then Secrets of Ebbon is like in the flames.
Yeah, so we see across the screen Secrets of Ebbon, and it swishes away and goes to dark, and the music picks up as soon as we see a quiet library. It sort of swells as from the right side we see enter the great library with tables like in a square, like we last saw them when we arrived in Calm the first day. And the person we see that we walk in to like seeing is wearing like a long dark green robe. Their features are sort of he would look like Steve Buscemi. Is basically the closest approximation of what this person looks like.
All right.
He has a
That's so specific.
like that
I'm
type
just-
of person, not exactly, but
I-
like sort
If
of
anything ever looked exactly like Steve Buscemi, I'd say that's like
very
character theft.
very distinct,
I'm imagining.
very
Does he have the same like
distinctly,
personality?
very distinctly angular features,
Okay.
sort of balding, you know, like old but not elderly.
Now I'm just
And-
imagining Steve Buscemi from Boardwalk Empire now.
And so he walks in, and he's sort of got this air to his presence. He's very proudly postured. He's slowly walking, as if deliberately placing each foot on the ground in front of him. And he's sort of just looking around at an empty room. And we see him smile,
Very,
and then it cuts to black.
very noble-like.
And then we hear the creaking of wooden floorboards and the shifting of winds. And every now and then you hear like claps of horse hooves on the ground outside, and the light sort of goes in until we can see that we're now in a like wine cellar basement sort of thing. We specifically we pan in to look at Sylvie's face. Sort of her vision looks glazed over. She's not really looking at anything. She's just looking straight ahead as if, 1,000-yard stare, just straight at the wall. And around her are the other three. What are you guys doing?
Well, I'm tapping my
Erin's
foot.
cracking her back after, getting hit with a fucking hammer.
I am leaning against a wall.
So, what happened? Anything fun?
Well, the city is, no more.
Ah, that's not good. Is Desmond in town then?
I don't know. I
So I
was
didn't.
mostly focused
Yeah,
on keeping your friends safe.
I want to give you some information on things that you have witnessed in the past days. I don't know if I
Oh.
described it very well last session, or like if, just to make sure there's no, vagary where none needs to be. So
Mhm.
when you hid from the guards outside on the rooftops, you witnessed on multiple occasions people being led to the center of the city to be quote unquote blessed. The next day, you were hiding inside of the inn, and you witnessed a figure marching towards the center of the city.
Hmm. So, there's a big boy around town who's potentially going to be an issue for us. I imagine that we'll have to take care of him in some way or another.
At some points, but
Do you know anything other than his approximate size of fuck off big? Is he like 2 Wolfsbanes or just 1 Wolfsbane?
pretty sure he was taller than that one over there. Referring to
That's
Wolfsbane.
Wolfsbane. Yes, that's our unit there of measurement.
It was much. I think it was much bigger. Like I don't know, Green Giant or something like that. It was how it was described last session.
Let me
Very well,
just. I'll get a picture for the reference here.
Okay, because right now I'm just thinking of the Jolly Green Giant. I'm like,
Yeah, not
No,
quite.
that's a couple Wolfsbanes. That's a couple Wolfsbanes at least.
Hulk, the Battle of New York.
eh. But regardless, I don't exactly know what you're trying to accomplish when we're already so close to getting out of that camp.
Well, long
The
story
gnarly
short,
one.
I had somebody. He, um, okay. But you see, it was very obvious at that point that I could have escaped without his help, which maintains my pride. And secondarily, he knew the whereabouts of somebody quite important to me, and gave me the opportunity to have a conversation with them. So, I'm sure that you would understand the importance of certain bonds or whatever.
No,
Feelings.
I
Yes?
can certainly understand them, but as to why you mortals put such importance on it is really beyond my understanding.
I have no idea. Either I'm the most immortal person alive right now, or I'm actually technically immortal. I don't know yet. We'll figure it out. We're playing by ear right now.
But something that was said to me, you two really shouldn't visit that one again. It's
Desmond,
not a good idea.
we sort of are.
Not him. The
Oh,
was
Antherea,
it?
yes.
Yes, Professor
Ah,
Antonia.
it is not in my current interest to do such without proper motivations, if that is of any catharsis to you. I wouldn't do that again, nor did I want to do it in the first place, but you know.
Where'd you get information about Anthray anyway?
Yes, it's actually quite nice to see that he's quite sad. It's great. It bolsters my confidence in being able to murder him. So, unfortunately, I will have to see him again for the last time, one could say.
Well, all I can say is don't trust anything that he says.
No, of course not. No, of course. That's Stranger Danger 101.
And as to your question, Wolfsbane, you should be rather familiar with them already.
The house.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're with the House of Wavering. I see. Very.
That I am. However, I'm not exactly here for you. I have an important task to carry out here, but I
Yes,
Now, what
suppose
would
you
that
could
be?
say that our interests align to some degree.
you did say that you were there for us. What exactly does the House want you to do with us, precisely? I thought they were letting us handle this whole business on our own. Not that I don't appreciate the hand. Or two.
As I was saying, it's more of our interests aligning with. Yeah, I can't say anything specifically, but
Huh.
I'm
So,
looking for a certain person, and he's
oh,
supposed to be here.
huh. That's interesting.
On
All of
in this
our interests are
plane.
primarily in murdering certain people. I don't quite know what you'd want to do with anything we have, people we have to kill. Unless you want to kill Desmond, Professor Anthrea, I don't know, a couple people of House Unwavering, I think. I can't quite
And
remember.
some slavers, mercenaries.
Slavers, mercenaries, my
More
father. If we
so
get to it, it's not directly on the list, but if we're feeling up for it, you know,
more
on the
so
way there.
the traveling part, but
You just lonely or something, or what?
no, but probably safer numbers, you could say.
Who was that, sir, that you said you were looking for?
I can't divulge any information right now, but
Oh, I see. Do we need to gain your trust? Should we go on a fun, wacky, character bonding adventure?
never said anything like that. Just
Yeah,
It's-
no, okay, let's just keep it at this. You're ominous and untrustworthy, but you're coming with us, and we can't do much about it right now. Now, how about we answer two things? One,
You're calling me untrustworthy. You're the one who hits me with a hammer.
well, you
come
haven't heard the
on.
legend.
That was
You don't.
instinct.
That was
come on.
instinct, yeah. Some
on.
creepy lady touches me when I'm in a trance.
Yeah,
It's
that
instinct.
well, it's not the first time I think in memory.
Well, let's answer a few questions. First off, how long were you on the roof? You said you were
Right.
on the roof of the Sad Dragon Inn.
Ah, right. I've been going around from roof to roof. As I said, I was saving your friend here, referring to the one that's staring blankly.
Much appreciated. Sylvie's
Well-
a bit of an odd bird, but you know, good to have around.
Yeah.
When you were
so
going around up there.
notably, ever since you came back, Sylvie looks different. Something's odd. Something's going on. Maybe she's sick or something. She definitely is a lot quieter and like sort of despondent compared to what you last saw.
This sucks. We barely knew her that well.
It's
How
already
is it-
gone.
How are we supposed to know what she's supposed to act like? We barely know what she's like.
You spent
I
like
remember.
a good like 4 or 5 days with her.
All of our conversations was like, "So you're an elf, yeah," and then we refused to talk about it
But
further.
anyway, before we address the dead-eyed elf in the room, when you were up on the roof, all that, at any point in the last 3 days, did 3 men make their way to the Sad Dragon Inn?
No, not that I had seen.
Did any?
Did you
man?
see them anywhere right in the vicinity?
There were a lot of people around, some being executed, but no.
That's great.
Quite
Well,
worrisome.
then I guess the next question: the hell's up with the Sylvie?
I mean, you know her better than I do.
Did you turn her into a thrall?
No, I did not, and that is
think
not
I can do
exactly
that.
how it works.
It's kind of how it works for me. I can just sort of. Well, you know, we're getting off track. This isn't about me. This is about Sylvie. Sylvie. Sylvie.
She sort of shakes her head and like looks at you, like
Yeah, what-
snapping out of it.
Do you want? Are you hungry?
No, I'm fine.
Oh, all right.
I
You want
just.
smoke?
She looks at you funny.
Do you want to hit this doink?
No, I've been having bad visions.
Like what?
Rituals gone wrong, I think.
Well, if you're having bad vision, I do know an optician.
No, like spiritual visions, like the stars, you know?
Oh, I can't. I don't know any spiritual opticians, unfortunately. But
No,
Yeah, no, I don't spend a lot of time stargazing.
no, I just need to think about it more. I
no, think all you like.
mix messages and stuff.
Right. Well, if you need, or if we need anything, it's good to know that all we need do is call your name briskly.
1 second.
Also, out of character, Dirt Mouth. That's a good fucking song right there.
Why are you stalking my fucking Spotify?
Because when I have nothing else to do, I see what people's bios on Discord are.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I guess.
So, yeah, so she goes back and she goes back initially to like daydreaming, but then she like cocks an eyebrow. She's like, where did you guys go?
To talk with an asshole.
I had a dream that, well, it was more of a vision that you guys talked with like a big butterfly. You were just standing in a field, and there was this huge like 20-foot tall butterfly that just like looked at you and made funny buzzing noises.
That is what he sounds like.
It was a lot of random nonsense. It kind of melded together.
I guess
He
a
does go
moth and a
his-
butterfly, they're kind of similar, right?
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
from first glance, yes, but like, if you were to, further examine the biology and the mating habits,
What do you think it
Yeah,
means?
They're pretty different. Yeah.
I think it means that he is a giant moth in astral sense.
I think
Well,
that it
at
means
the-
absolutely nothing.
Well, at the end of the dream, you guys turned into butterflies too.
I'm
Well-
sorry, but I'm nothing close to a butterfly.
No,
that
I
wasn't a butterfly. That was a
Not
fairy.
you.
And
Yeah, I
take
didn't
it
see-
with offense.
didn't see you, Aaron, in the dream. Sorry, I think.
Stop trying to butt into our little group's visions, you newcomer.
Whoa. No,
Even being a
Aaron,
newcomer.
I
Another
think it would be
thing to the-
absolutely wonderful for you to appear in our visions.
Another thing to address in this room. With the city, gone. Well, not gone, but
It's getting there.
the war is pretty much over almost. I don't exactly know how you're going to get out of the city without being
Ah.
undetected and /or harmed and /or executed.
Well, all of those have the exact same solution, and I will tell you in very few words: unrestrained violence.
Well, actually, I kind of got an idea of what we can do.
As do
Okay.
I, but mm, it really depends on how long
You want to go first, and then I'll go.
Well, my plan was to start out a rumor of some sort, cause some discord amongst the soldiers, amongst the army. That's where you can slip out.
That's extremely interesting, but I'm not entirely sure I follow its progression, so to say.
Mine, it's a little bit more direct, but it might just work. Now, you seem pretty sneaky, right, Aaron?
About as sneaky as a vampire werewolf can get, yes.
It seems pretty sneaky. I can turn invisible. Theta can teleport and shit.
I can also
you like-
dominate men's minds.
There you go. So how about we stake out the area, try and see if Desmond is in the city, and if Desmond is in the city, then we go and kill him. And as soon as we kill him, I can use my door portal thing, and we can get the fuck out of here. Doesn't matter where we come out, ain't gonna be here. Or if he's not in the city, we get out of the fucking city. Doesn't matter about discourse, none of that. I can literally just turn invisible, walk out. He can teleport, and you can vampire around.
You'd forget that they have a lot of magic, and that could possibly mean that they could have something to see through your invisibility.
I mean, yes, I can see through your invisibility.
That
quite
is true.
easily,
Well,
actually.
yeah. But I doubt most of their soldiers can. Maybe the mages.
True. So,
But even then, actually, no. When we went up against the warlocks in the train station, I was invisible and they didn't see me coming.
oh, true.
It
Perhaps
might be a lot different now, considering what they're doing in the town center.
Well, by all means, they were prepared to essentially kill a bunch of untrained militia members and townsfolk. If anything, we might be a bit above board what they were expecting. So far, we've
Yeah,
actually been
definitely.
able to deal with their forces quite handedly, but time has passed, and they are very much more aware of our presence than before.
So, and as to your, so you want to directly confront them against an entire army within the city?
Oh, not directly.
Oh no, just Desmond.
Just
But,
Desmond directly.
But do you think he's going to be alone?
No.
Oh,
he's going
definitely
to have
not. We'll have to kill some
Joker,
people
he's-
around him.
Yes.
But
I think perhaps
I say it's the
we
best shot we're going to get.
Yes. On one hand, Desmond does want to have a direct audience with us, as presented before. Perhaps we could get that much. But even if not, I don't have any issues committing guerrilla warfare. We
Hey,
are in
it-
an advantageous position of a home field advantage, as opposed to their perhaps not as urban experienced training.
And also, hey, if you do want to sow your rumors, you can go right ahead and do that. But that can just set us up to confront Desmond, because say we scout out he is in the city, and then we can sow some rumors, or you can sow some rumors, that there's been an adventuring party that's been spotted right outside the city, heading either northwest, east, south, wherever. And they'll most likely send some troops to apprehend us, and seeing as we've already dealt with quite a few of their men, they're going to send more than fewer. So then there'll be less people in the actual city, and hopefully less people around Desmond.
Yes, and if Desmond continues to live, this whole kerfuffle will continue and continue until it spirals into a situation that's completely out of our hands. Desmond's
we're headed
continued
towards-
presence is a threat to our ultimate goal of
Exactly.
saving the world.
Because not only does he want counsel with us, but we're also headed towards his hometown, so it's going to be even easier for him to find us over there.
True. We have to get, and also we have no idea what would happen once we pass by the impenetrable teleportation barrier. And if
It
we're
might
unable
just
to disable
instantly
that,
alert
You
them.
can, if you can even do that.
and if we wanted to get back to Void Hope, which we must, we'd have to cross the teleportation barrier again. The TP prevention zone. The PvE enabled area.
Well, the zone hasn't. Is it encompassed Colin yet?
I believe it's basically a massive wall between the north and the south.
Yep. Well, it's like encompassing the entirety of the land around Elmheim.
Yes, it's basically a
So
bowl.
I can teleport out of Calm, just like not into Elmheim.
You can teleport out of Calm, but you can't teleport out of the northern region of Calm.
Right.
Like,
Do you still
basically,
know
we
what-
can teleport to
You mean
Void
the
Hope
southern
Citadel,
region?
like the northern part of this continent. Like, the barrier starts at Elmheim's border and ends up around Void Hope in a big circle.
Oh, I thought it was just around
Nope.
Elmheim.
It's like
No.
it's a huge circle, basically.
Can you mark it out for me?
Yeah,
It's
can we,
that.
get a,
It's
can we get a visual?
This entire
can we
time
get a
I thought it
visual?
was just like around Omkursk and Elmheim.
No, it's fucking huge.
so.
I think it's
It'll-
like surrounding the entire, like,
Let's just
borders of
do a scribbly here.
scribbles.
So basically, anything, probably like here-ish, and like around the entire border.
Oh yeah, so it's not encompassing Calm yet.
Not yet.
Okay, so yeah, I can just teleport out of Calm up to Arcage or Void Hope. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Okay. When you said northern, I was confused because I was like, isn't it southern?
Sorry, the northern border of Elmheim is what I was meaning.
Okay.
I was like the entire northern part of this continent.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
they have
I
been
was like,
they
what are
have
you
been
on?
pushing they have been pushing
I'm on
north.
PCP primarily.
Oh, all right. I'm on nothing.
As far as you know, they've already
Yeah.
taken Omkursk, and they have a camp set up right by the bridge, so the next target is Calm. Obviously.
Sounds good. Well, not good, but good for us.
Sounds okay then.
So how about we go scout that out, find out where Desmond is, get some troops out of the city, then go cut off Desmond's head. I call dibs on the final kill. And then teleport the fuck out of here.
You do that, I am going to sow some rumors, as what I was planning.
Perfect. We shall be the blunt force object, and you shall be the thin little knife that guides it. You know what I'm trying to get at here. I was trying to be
Well,
cute, but it's.
Let's wait here. Now, before we attack them head on, now, as much as I am
Yeah.
distasteful of
Attacking
folks
them
like you,
head-on is your plan, but continue.
as much as I'm distasteful of folks of your kind,
Ilk.
it's hard to argue that vampires and werewolves both are strong individuals, and one that's both of them,
That's
you can
like
help out a lot.
That's like two strong things. I don't even know how you did that.
I feel like that's wrong in so many ways.
Is it like a okay? All right. Can we just dispel rumors about this sort of thing? is it like a familial thing? Like, was your father a vampire and your mother a werewolf, or is this you were a vampire and then became a werewolf through gaining lycanthropy, or were you a werewolf who then gained? You know, you know what I'm trying to get at here. Listen,
Yes,
if it's too personal, you can just tell me no. I'm just curious.
Nothing's really personal at all, but long story short, I was once human, turned vampire, took over the entire region.
Your little count.
I am this isn't going to make a lot of sense to you since we're from different planes, but Ascendant is one of the highest titles you can achieve where I'm from.
Ah,
But it was mostly boring politics and why I joined the House on Wavering. As to how I became a werewolf, or I underwent a ritual that only Ascendants can do without perishing.
wait. So all like lords and nobles of your land are werewolves, or is just one of the things you can become through this ritual a werewolf?
Not the highest noble title is Ascendant, and there are
Right.
other lords and nobles.
I'm saying
But
do all ascendants werewolves, or do they become different things potentially?
they can become werewolves, but it is up to them.
What about like, are there any bears?
Were
I'm
rats?
I'm certain there are.
Maybe were rats is only called.
I hate were rats.
I feel a certain
Even
kinship
worse
with
than
were-rat.
werewolves.
I don't know about that. They all the were rats I've met mostly engage in like petty conmanry.
Well, yeah, that's why they suck, because they're like they're not even reaching for the stars.
You
They
know,
live in the sewer.
I respect the almost what's the word I'm looking for? Humble idea of success a were rat has.
I guess they could do a lot more with it though. Sure, I'd have to try and kill them then, but like,
And you know, maybe you're the deterrent why nobody goes beyond their limitations.
I did kill a lot of them when there's the while back, a couple years. A bunch of the were rats. They basically tried to form like a coalition, and
A
they
union?
started their own little uprising thing. Not really a union. They weren't benefits or nothing. They basically like wore the same color T-shirt, and
Oh my
they
god, were
tried killing a
rat
bunch
gangs.
of folks. It was basically a gang of were rats, and I killed like 10 of them.
I'm sorry, we're getting away from you, Aaron. So
Yeah.
you are an ascendant who became a werewolf because you're an ascendant. Because being an ascendant means you're the only one who could survive the ritual. Did this also give you the what was it? Fire fists? Did you set your hands on fire or something?
That would be the cause of the ritual, yes.
Oh, multifaceted,
So,
fascinating.
My
blood
blood,
fist werewolf ritual?
my blood is magic to some degree, and so I can either turn them. I can make my weapon become on fire, or
What do you-
lightning, or
Ah.
a claws in my werewolf form.
Oh. Question. Could I like look at your blood sometime?
I don't really see why not, but probably not at the moment.
No.
Yeah, let's get back to the matter at hand.
You know what? I'm
Get out of
sorry.
this.
I got distracted with my questioning. I was just fascinated and interested.
Okay, so
Um,
another
I suppose
big question. Before we go and do all this, what is Sylvie gonna do? Because Sylvie doesn't seem to be in it
I
right
think
now.
Sylvia is going to consult with the stars, and if we are doing something horrendously off base, the stars will violently inform her, and we will get ourselves sorted. She will be our little oracle, our little what's it called when you're a parakeet in a coal mine?
What?
That's a canary in a coal mine.
What?
Fuck!
What'd you say?
Canary in a coal mine, Sylvie. Canary in a coal mine.
Okay, basically, Sylvie, you're gonna stay here, and if we come back and you're dead, we know we did something wrong.
That wasn't what I was saying. I was
Okay.
saying that
That's
you
how
can
canaries
tell us
work.
that things are going to go wrong because you're.
No, that's not how canaries work in the coal mine.
Well, this canary works that way, okay? Because
No, in the
I
coal mine, when you
said
take a canary down there, they die before.
I know
humans
how
get in there and
canaries
they
in
get
coal
out.
mines work, but this one's a parakeet.
They die.
Again,
I'm
we are
pretty sure they die
getting off
faster.
topic. We should get started.
All right, before you leave, what kind of rumors are you gonna start, just so we know what's going around?
Let's just say the rumors of a killer among the Alhayan soldiers might cause some stir.
Oh, that would stir.
What kind of killer?
An orc?
Preferably not an orc.
Let's say. So, out of character, it's going to be like a Jack the Ripper sort of thing. Out of character. I don't know how to describe that in character, so.
That could work.
Well, what's the goal you have in mind at the end of this? What's it gonna do to help us?
Well, if everything goes according to plan, it will have the army on alert as this.
But in the wrong area, so we can approach from a completely different side. A little bit of a confusion.
Both of that and, well, this assassin, you could say, will also be from among their own ranks.
You have some sort of persuasive abilities as a vampire, correct?
Just persuasive, even if I wasn't a vampire, but yes.
Oh, yes. I mean in the magical sense, because I'm not sure about the morale of this army currently. It's not quite... The one that we interviewed wasn't exactly particularly informed as to what things were going on. I think they might be susceptible to subterfuge of this nature, just due to how, well, shit of a leader Desmond is, by all means.
Well, maybe something would happen more if it was, not just your typical soldier. And she'll use her item, she'll use her shift weave item to become, like, High Church of Face Knight, or whatever.
Ooh. Oh,
What's it look like?
You want to know what actually might be quite a bit of a interesting idea? What if, rather than just a faceless, nameless knight idea, what if you sowed a rumor that one of his closer companions or compatriots were, such as Jester? By all means, nobody really knows anything about her. She's probably a bit of a...
You mean Joker?
Joker. What's the difference, really? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, you know what? Since Theta, you and I want to go scope it out, or should I try and spread my own rumor about the adventuring party to get people out of the city?
Well, I think we could spread rumors by blowing something up. I don't know. That was how they did it. You know what I mean?
Well, just in case. I want to use disguise self and make myself look like one of the Alhain guards.
Since when can you do that?
Use disguise. Yeah, use disguise self. You want to look like what exactly?
One of the enemies, one of the Alhain guards or knights.
Alhain?
Sure. Can you put the spell in chat?
Yes.
I mean,
as far as I'm aware, disguise self, you can change your clothes slash physical appearance, but if you're attacked in any way or like someone brushes up against you, they'll know that it's an illusion.
Yeah.
And I think it lasts for an hour.
How do I put it in chat?
Oh, you gotta click a little text thingy.
It's 1 hour. What text thing? You have no available first level spell slots. Well, yeah, because it's not a spell slot
Why not?
because it's from a fucking feat.
Also, DM, you were saying something earlier while I was describing the shift weave.
Yeah, I was gonna ask like what that looks like, but it's pretty interesting.
I mean, you know, like whatever their knights would look like.
Oh, why is it? Maybe
I
if
don't
I
think
add
we
to
have
actions
actually.
list.
Yeah, I don't think we've had like any actual art of like what their knight, like what the Church of Remembrance or High Church of Faces knights look
Oh,
like.
why are you doing this? It won't let me do it because I don't have any spell slots, even though I don't need a spell slot to
You
do
can go
it.
into the spell itself and be like, uses a spell slot, and there's like a checkbox that doesn't use a spell slot.
Sure, I'll copy and paste it into the chat, just for simplicity.
Yeah.
Oh God, I forgot. I
There we
have the
go.
text. I have the text speech on, so now it's just. Oh boy, hold on. I need to fix this. Enable chat bubbles. Go away.
1 foot shorter or taller. You can appear thin, fat, or in between. You can't change your body types. You must adopt a form that has the same basic arrangement of limbs.
So, 2 arms and 2 legs.
Okay,
That'd be
good.
stud stuck
Good.
if you
More or
did.
less, yeah.
As
You
short
can't,
as I
like,
can
suddenly-
go.
Can't suddenly grow
Yes.
wings.
The shortest I can be with the illusion is 7'1".
Yeah, that sounds like a command
So
officer.
it's like an illusion.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
So if someone like brushes up against Wolfsbane or something,
Right.
they'll see. It's
You
an
look on the
it's an
ground in
illusion.
front of you. There's like white writing on the ground. It says "liar" ahead.
Shut the fuck up.
God damn it.
To discern if you're disguised, a creature can use its action to inspect your appearance. Must succeed in an intelligence check against your spell save DC.
But that's only if they're like trying to discern, not automatically.
Yeah, if they're given a reason to be suspicious.
Yeah, which I think
Sure.
it's not very good. It's 12, my DC.
Okay.
So
Is
don't
this
give him
from,
a
like,
reason, Wolfie.
Yeah.
An item or something?
Don't give them a reason.
No, this is a feature.
Ah.
Okay. Yeah. So you disguise yourself, and then what do you do?
Think
Well-
we're splitting up now?
Yeah, we're splitting up.
All right,
Splitting up?
Hey, where are you
everybody,
at?
bring it in. 3, 2, 1. Team. What's our team name again?
Go.
Was it Alpha Wolf Strike?
Alpha Wolf Bugs or Alpha Bug Wolf or something.
That was the temporary name.
What?
God, we really should have thought of the name thing beforehand.
I don't even understand
alright.
what you're talking about.
Theta, where are you going? I'm gonna go try and mess with some soldiers.
Well, if you're gonna mess with some soldiers and spread some rumors about there being a murderer or whatnot, I think I'm actually just going to murder someone.
All right.
You know,
Yeah,
put
go
some
do that.
legitimacy to that.
Works. We're all spreading rumors and adding realism.
We're all helping the same rumor spread, because we both know what we know.
You know what? I actually here. I'm gonna hand you my flask. That's still like half full of poison. The one that I had you take a swig from
Theta goes to
that one
drink it.
time.
Oh, thank you.
And I say, okay, this is the poison flask now.
Right, of
You
course.
can you kill one person, and then you can also poison another person,
Right.
and we got 2 different killers.
Okay, I follow.
I'd like to make it very clear that I do intend on killing one to really hammer in a rumor. So,
All right, the more killing, the more serious the
The
rumor.
merrier. Really
More the
cause
merrier.
fear.
Where do
rumor
you-
has it that this killer is moving very quickly.
Who are you gonna say who the killer is? Because I want to
Well-
get our information right so it matches.
Yeah, do we want
Oh,
to
no.
like do we want
I'm
to
gonna
like
leave it up-
synchronize our murders?
I'm
Or do we
going to
want to,
leave
like,
it up
do them-
to.
Oh,
their
I have a great
imagination.
idea. Leave a calling card on the ones you kill
Oh, that's genius.
and match them.
Okay, what's the calling card?
Well,
No, I plan. It's up to you, but I plan to probably impale one on a spear or something.
Very-
how about are
very-
you guys fine with carving?
I can carve. I'm a
Carve something into their back.
Yeah, I
I'm
made
gonna.
I made my mask. Oh, carving. Oh, yeah, definitely I can do that.
Yeah,
Actually,
how about do
Could
like
you guys
um,
eat them? Because I might eat someone because I'm kind of parched. Or at least my children are. I have to feed
You
my
can-
children.
You can do that if you want. Just make sure there's like a couple victims.
Okay, okay.
So
I'll put
what
a little carve.
what kind of like symbol? You guys have to do the same symbol.
Oh, can we make it Oh, can it be like a little it's gotta be like like a like a like a double helix, you know? Like it's in your DNA. I'm not a murderer. I don't really know much about.
What the hell is DNA?
What? Isn't that here?
He literally explained genetics to you.
Yeah, but you didn't
Yeah.
specifically say DNA.
True.
I'm an empath.
All right, how about let's make
I'm
it
an
simple. Let's do this, and then
Oh
I'm
my
going to
God.
draw a symbol on the wall with like some chalk or like like those like limestone rocks.
Okay. And then we're gonna vote by committee.
Let's see. We're gonna. This will be the symbol.
Oh boy.
Oh, it stopped. It's gonna be another line there. Oh, it doesn't want to go. Why isn't it drawn no more? Oh, over there it is. There we go. That's close enough. Do something like that.
Okay. I can do
Maybe
that.
like put
very funny.
like a circle.
Here, I'm gonna
Yeah,
share
yeah.
this in the art channel. It's very funny that I found something similar to that.
What if
or in
what if
general.
it's just a what if
Boom.
it's just
There you go. That's the
So
symbol.
there you
Do that.
go. That's the symbol.
simple?
Carve it on like their back or their chest or something.
Yeah, just like on the nape of their neck. I don't know, fucking bite them a little bit.
Just
Get a little
somewhere. Just
nibble
somewhere.
in.
Is that supposed to be a vampire joke?
No, because I'm gonna
Yeah,
be
we could
literally
say there's
eating
a
somebody.
vampire.
Well, they already know where a vampire is. Just it needs to look like a cannibal more accurately. Because
I've got an idea. How about I go sow some rumors and then I take a guard to come with me and like lead them down an alley and then you kill them later.
yeah, I mean that works.
All right, let's go find an alley then.
Well, I'm going to go start some rumors.
Okay,
I
yeah, let's
suppose-
Go ahead.
okay. We've got it hashed. Let's
But
go
one
Team
more
Alpha Bug
thing.
Wolf.
One more thing. Are we meeting back here once this is all done, or
I'll be back here within an hour.
then? I suppose. What time of day is it right now?
It is currently like really early in the morning, so like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, so Aaron may or may not be out the entire day and then come back.
Okay.
Let's go.
So
Start
you're
some rumors.
so you're going out by yourself to sow some rumors by killing people and marking them with a specific little emblem, right? And then
Yeah, we're gonna leave a calling card.
Well, Erin's gonna start with one person, but she has to actually find someone first. So let's head
Okay.
out.
I need to. What would that be?
If anyone remembers, you might pull a Jen.
Okay. So you go out and you see, like, you peek out of the window and you see like a very sparsely populated city. The people that are walking are not really walking freely. Right now,
How,
it is you're in lockdown currently. It's like 2, 3 in the morning, so you could probably sneak past and like go down back alleys and stuff like that. But you can't just blend in with a crowd.
Oh no, wasn't the exact plan.
Yeah, so you're gonna sneak and try to find a target, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Uh, what part of the city and like where do you go to find someone
Um.
to kill? What is your target specifically? Like, who do you try to kill?
She's not exactly trying to kill them just yet, but she's going to try and find like an Alhayan like soldier or like a knight. And I'd like to make it clear that she's just wearing her normal clothing right now.
Okay. Yeah,
Not
so you
the
changed back to your
yeah.
normal like street clothes. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You want to do this without being spotted, I would assume.
Yeah, initially.
Make a stealth check. Okay.
27.
And then roll a perception check.
All right. Is this with hearing or is this with hearing or smell?
Probably just a sight one.
Okay, so
Because
just regular.
I mean, I guess you could go around the
Yikes.
city trying to find someone based on smell, but not really efficient. Yeah, so you're skulking around the city, going from bush to bush, looking around corners and such, and you see a kind of saddened sight. You see a child sort of crouched over a body.
Doesn't really. I mean, she doesn't really care about children.
Yeah, so you just keep going.
Yeah, she just keeps going.
Okay, as you like decide to turn around, you you see the child bend down, and you hear a meaty ripping noise. So continue. I'll keep your stealth check because it's not really that important. But roll another perception check. I just wanted to I want to make sure you don't like critically fail or critically succeed. Basically. Okay, almost. All right. Yeah. So after you pass by the child that was doing something in a dark alley, you are able to see a patrol of 2 guards going through one of the residential areas, like a little bit west of the city. It's like northwest of the inn. And they're just chatting.
Okay. She'd like to try and get the attention of one of the guards.
How do you do that?
Like, so let's see. So I think actually no, more specific, she's gonna try and get one of them alone. So she's gonna like make some noise in like one area, and hopefully like one of the guards go check that out, leaving one to their post. If that makes sense.
And this is around the time that I wish this game had like a luck mechanic. Because... Okay.
it does have a luck. You roll dice.
True, but like, you know what I mean? Like, a roll that isn't based on skill. It's just like a thing that you have.
I mean,
like...
there's a D. I think there's like a D2, which is a coin flip.
Yeah, yeah. So make a... either a survival or a performance check. Okay. Yeah, so you make a small noise off the alley or whatever that they're walking down, like a few feet past, and they hold on, this is important. Okay, so the noise does not go unnoticed, but it happens a little bit too soon.
Okay.
So just as you're about to make a noise, the guards say, "Hey, I'm gonna go take a leak." And the guards split. One of them goes towards the noise, and one of them goes towards somewhere else, direction other than that one.
Okay. I mean, that works, because, I mean, either way, there's one lone guard.
Mhm.
So, she will... she heard what the other guard was saying, yeah?
Yeah, because it's quiet
Right.
in the city. I'll allow it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. She'll make herself known, not by the noise, but like, I don't know. She'll like appear like
Yeah. So
like a few feet away from the guard.
yeah. So the guards split up. One goes one way, one goes the other, and then after like a couple of seconds, the camera stays in the alley that they split up in. After a couple of seconds, you hear, "Jamie, there's someone over here." And that's when we're gonna cut to a different person. But I have to go to the bathroom first, so
Okay.
a little bit of a break. Wonder if she'll live.
Who knows? Also, I was gonna do something before he called out, but we'll see. Fun times are gonna happen.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry, you said something before I left.
Yeah, I was gonna say that she wanted to do something before he called out, but I don't know. It's up to you on
I
that
mean, you said you made yourself aware or like known, and he would have done that as his first reaction because he's a guard.
one. Okay, that's fair.
Unless
That's
your
fine.
immediate thing was to attack him, then
Oh no, she's not attacking him. She's we'll come back to it, but she's
yeah.
doing seduce things.
I
Right.
see.
Okay. So we cut back to the inn. What's happening at the inn?
Well, we would have left Theta and I to find an alleyway.
Okay, and you left Sylvie alone in the inn.
Yeah.
With a gun, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
She's in the basement.
So you're leaving the inn.
1911.
You're leaving the inn.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Where do you go?
Alley.
Yeah, we're gonna find
So
a dank alleyway to
you
murder
just go
someone.
behind the inn.
No,
like,
a bit
what's
away. A couple blocks
like
away.
somewhere that some soldiers are
Okay,
but
so
like not.
describe
directly.
what your disguise is.
My disguise is I am like a captain of the guard. So not just like a regular guard, like a more high-ranking guard.
Of the Elnheim
Of the
Guard.
Elmheim.
Yeah. So the only... actually, you went into the barracks, so you know what they would look like. Actually, no, you don't know what... So the people that you've seen from the Elnheim Guard have been the Vanguard force that you fought at the South Gate, the Necromancers, and then I think you met... No, that's the only people that you've met from that. So which one do you disguise yourself as?
Wait, which ones were they again?
You've really only fought the Vanguard force, the like Bone Knights, and the Necromancers.
Guess I'm a Vanguard then.
Okay.
And
So you like
I-
you have a full set of armor and stuff to like match what they looked like, and
Yeah.
all of that. All right. And Theta, what do you do? You're just Theta.
I think I'll disguise as.
You have disguise You have disguise self as
Yeah,
well.
I do have disguise self. I can cast it as will with my mask of many faces.
Nice.
Disguise yourself as a
I was thinking
hot
of just.
babe in an
You're a
alleyway.
rat. You're just a rat.
No, but like, what if I disguise myself as somebody like actually important that I know what looks like?
Like
I
Aaron.
could do something. I could literally disguise myself as Desmond, but I don't know how. I don't think that would be effective.
You definitely could, yes.
What about Joker?
I was thinking about that, but I was trying to imagine if there's any situation in which Joker or whatever she is currently would be allowed away from.
Well, a regular
Miss
guard
Edwards.
wouldn't really know.
Maybe they might be familiar with her at least,
That's true.
because like literally sitting at the seat of the king. Huh.
What about literally just yourself?
What if myself, but blue,
Boom.
and like I put on my other mask?
And your hair is a different color.
It's like brown. So brown-haired Theta in a blue cloak with their God, what's their name now? The black and white Natalia with their Natalia mask on.
So, wait, can you repeat that? I was just...
Brown-haired Theta with a
Right.
blue cloak with their Natalia mask on.
Like,
That is
With,
the disguise.
is it just like a white mask, or is it like a white mask with like a
the
symbol
Natalia
on it?
mask is a white and black mask. It's split down the middle.
Right, yeah. Okay. Yeah, the one from the gala. Similar to that, right?
Literally the exact same one. They just take it out and put it on, and then cast disguise self to give themselves brown hair and a purple cloak. Sorry, a blue cloak.
Interesting.
They become Beta.
Okay. So you go to just...
Like
And,
literally like a
uh,
fucking off-brand Theta.
You go to a nondescript alley of some sort.
Yeah. and I'd be like, okay, Theta, you get down the alley, I'll go get somebody.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so we see the actor with the dubbed voice of Wolfsbane say, you know, go down the alley. And then,
I'm gonna
So-
I'm gonna change my voice when I'm talking to the guards. By the way,
yeah, I figured as much.
like I talk with that
Yeah, so,
Fucking
you,
accent.
what, so you
Yeah,
just go down the streets until you see a guard?
Yeah, I pace. I kind of like go around the area, so I'm not going too far until I find a guard, or preferably a lone guard or two. Actually, two guards, preferably.
Yeah, so as you're walking, you see they don't really march alone or patrol alone. It's almost always groups of 2 or 4. You
You
pass a
probably
couple.
like-
group of two.
Hey, I don't have a buddy. I need somebody for my buddy system.
So you pass a couple of groups of 4, and then you see a group of 2 that is like closer to the south gate. You're alone. You're dressed as a different type of troop. So make a stealth check at advantage because you're disguised. And it's not too difficult because it's just passive, probably. So we'll see. Okay. Yeah, so you pass. A couple people like nod reverently towards you, almost like
I'll
you're,
nod back.
yeah, of your, like you're of rank. And then you see a group of two that are like chatting by the south gate. They seem to be taking a break or something.
You should fucking hassle them. Be like, get back to work.
Okay, I'm gonna walk up to them and kind of look a bit stern, and I'm gonna like stand up straight. I'm walking over to them and be like, "You two, what are you doing?"
We're on break.
You're on break. All right.
You're on break in the middle of a bloody war zone.
We're in the middle of a goddamn war. I'm going to the wrong accent. Well, the Vanguard need help. One of you's coming with me.
But
I didn't ask, but one of you's coming with me right now. Now, what's your name?
Galen told us not to split up. Not to
Well,
go
you're not
alone.
splitting up. You're coming with me, and if you're on break, well, then you ain't splitting up because you're not doing your job anyway.
So both of us are coming with you. Sorry.
Both of us are coming. All right, then both of you are coming with anyway.
And they nod their heads.
What are your names?
This is Rudy, and that's James.
All right, I'm saying that as I'm walking away, so briskly, and I'm expecting them to follow behind me.
Yeah, they keep pace. You hear one of them as you're walking away. They sort of get a little bit of distance behind you, and they say, "Have you ever seen this guy before?" And the other guy's like, "I don't know. Just listen to him."
Do I hear that?
Yep.
You should loudly declare, I am traveling with Rhodey and Judy. My name is like your full name, rank, and who you're with. And
I'm friendly, like stop and then do like the military turnaround.
Your name is Juno
What do you say about
Hoslo.
me?
Well, were you with the Vanguard force? Because that's all the officers were sent. We've never seen you before, is all.
Well, yeah, and you're also not told everything going on because you're a lowly little rank. Now, you address commanding officer with better respect, all right? The Vanguard don't work hard to get talked to like this.
Aye, sir. They both say.
All right then, and then I'll salute them and then turn around and keep walking towards the alleyway.
Okay. I'd like you to make another stealth check. This time, just a regular stealth check, please.
Ooh.
That is a failure.
Not good. Not good.
Okay. So they continue to follow you. Do you go back to the alley?
Yeah, how far away do they even go from the alley?
Let's
Hopefully
find
not
out.
far. Yeah. Alley.
Oh, forgot to make that public, but you're about, like a 4-minute walk away from the alley. Not too far. Couple blocks.
All right, I'm gonna try and walk. Try and take a little bit of a roundabout way if I can.
Okay. So just a different way than you came.
Yeah, where I didn't see any guards.
Yeah. That's fine. Yeah, they notice, the two of them notice you going down a alleyway with, completely out of the way, and one of them asks, probably Rudy is the one that asks, "Where are we going exactly?"
Well, now that you ask, I forget what accent I'm doing. There's been rumors going around lately. There's a killer in the city.
There's a lot of killers. It's a war.
This one's different. The victims don't have much sense, and well, most of them are in the ranks of you.
Make a persuasion check. Yeah, so it's like, huh? So he's one of us is Killing who exactly?
Well, that's what we're trying to figure out. I'm taking both of you because, well, there's not enough hands to go around since you said there's a lot of killing going on anyway. There's a goddamn war. But they're leaving these weird markings on the victims, and we think it's either related to the church or related to some cult following.
Well, I mean, that lines up, but okay, sure.
And if you're asking why you're here, more hands is better than one, so don't ask any more questions, all right?
He stays quiet, almost like he's following orders. And you lead him back to the alleyway?
Yeah. And then
Okay.
as we're walking into the alleyway, I'm going to say, supposedly there were reports that he was last seen around this area, so we're going to have to look around, all right? Any weird signs, if you find anything out of the ordinary, let me know.
What's your passive perception?
Probably not great. Let's see. 14.
Okay, so you notice that one of the one of the people that's following you has taken out of their bag some sort of like item. It's like a long cylindrical metal tube. It's like 6 inches long with like a wooden handle. It's weird. Looks like a, I don't know, like a tube on a handle. He's just holding it at his side.
I love tube handles.
Tables. What?
Okay.
Handles, that's what I meant to say.
I'm going to... So we're in the alley, right?
You're currently like at a corner when you turned around and told him that.
Okay, I'm gonna be wary of the one who has took the thing out, but I'm gonna keep going towards the alleyway.
Okay. Actually, there's a chance you might know what this is, I guess. Make a history check.
Let's see. Ooh, those aren't my forte.
Who needs history?
God.
Probably some sort of tool or something. Maybe it's like a
All right.
religious idol. Who knows? So you go down the alley.
Yeah, still staying very cautious.
There's no God on the battlefield.
With the 2 guards behind you, like following you.
Yeah.
Okay. And this is the alley that Theta is in. Right?
Yes.
Yeah. So we cut like the camera from the corner to like a rat skittering down an alleyway, and the rat sort of crawls along, and it makes a slight right turn, and eventually it leads to the boot of one Theta. What are you doing in the alley? You're just in a corner behind a dumpster or whatever.
Practicing.
Practicing?
Practicing my menace. I'm just...
Yeah, the rat sort of nibbles on your shoe.
Get the fuck away.
And kick it.
No, I don't kick it. I politely ask it to scoot.
You politely ask it to leave.
Yeah.
Since Theta can like speak telepathically, do I have a telepathic link to Theta or no? I forgot.
I mean, yeah. Once I see you, I could basically just start.
Yeah. So
like,
the way
no,
his
can you
the
like
way his
hear
voice
what I'm saying if I say it in my head?
No.
No.
Not yet. He has
Okay,
to
so then
You can
initiate.
respond once I start talking to you, but also you could just speak out loud and be like, "It is me, Commander Toff, coming through with 2 gentlemen, 2 of them. I'm leading you 2, the 2 of you." You know, just loudly scream that there's 2 of them.
Well, because like I want one of them to like escape. I want to pretend to get killed, and the other one gets killed.
That's funny.
The other one can live to tell the tale.
Okay,
But I don't know how to convey that to you.
so here's where
I
know,
could just start communicating.
Theta looks up and looks down the
Theta can
alleyway.
only speak to people mentally. He's just gonna talk to you in your mind no matter what. Be like, "Why is there 2 of them? What the fuck?"
Theta looks up
Well,
and
can I
down the
talk back
alleyway and
mentally?
then takes a deep breath in, and we cut to Aaron.
Yay.
So what do you? So we see from a different perspective this time. We see from Aaron's perspective where you basically come out of the shadows, making yourself visibly aware, and, you know, he shouts for the other guard to come.
And I imagine she would have waited at least a little bit for the other guard to go a bit of a good distance. So,
Yeah.
she's going to say, "Now, now. Why would you ever call your friend? I'm just here for the friendly chat."
Sorry, ma'am. It's just procedure. Are you part of the city? Do you live here?
Not really. No, I'm more of a traveler. I was hoping to maybe have a little bit of fun, but I can see here that might not happen unless you might have some ideas.
So the camera sort of shifts upwards towards like the shoulder level. You can see to the right of him, like far off in the distance at the end of the alley, we see his friend come behind his shoulder, and he flips 180 degrees, and you could tell the camera's like mimicking his point of view, and he like looks down and then up. Make a persuasion check, or if that's what you're trying to do, I think.
Yes, that is exactly what she's trying to do. 26.
And then it sort of cuts back to his vision. His friend's visibly closer now. He sort of smiles. Yeah. What'd you have in mind?
I mean, surely your friend wouldn't miss you for too long. And go on to one of the empty buildings.
The inconspicuous empty buildings.
Right, and have you received your blessing yet, ma'am?
No, as I said, I'm not really part of the city, but I'm just a traveler.
Just wandered in
Huh.
to an
Yep.
active war zone.
Yep. I mean, traveler. You know, she
I did
traveled.
literally do that. This
Yeah,
is not false information.
So he points to like a building to the right. He's like nods his head.
He knows it's empty because he killed the residents earlier today. So I got work around that place so good.
Alright, I will go into the building, and you are going to let your friends know over there that everything is alright.
Do you
And
go
she'll
into
just-
the building?
She goes into the building, and she's waiting for the guard.
Yeah. So you see the like door close off of the alley. You don't think that the other guy saw you yet, and we get a scene of like you going into the building, and we overhear the guards say, "Yeah, I just need to I need to take a break real quick. I'll be back. All right. Don't
It's
tell."
like, what the fuck system?
It's like, yeah, I'm inside. I just need to go. I need to go take a shit. All right. Just give me a minute.
You're not gonna let me hold your hand during that?
And then
And you're like-
he's like, yeah, just give me a minute. And he walks over, and we see him open the door, and we see his face disappear through the crack in the door as he's got a real big grin. And the door closes. And then what?
Very. I mean, seduction. I mean, who needs to describe what goes on behind closed doors?
So we see the door. We cut back to Theta, and you know the deep breath has been exhaled. And what does Theta do when he sees two guards, not just one?
Strange, what the fuck? That's not what I was expecting. I mean, I can do it. I'm not a pussy, but why is there two of them?
I can respond mentally, right?
Mhm.
And so mentally, I'll say, kill one of them, let the other one go. I'm gonna pretend to die.
All right, okay. Well, I'm going to like scream really loudly, be like, "I am Desmond Shadow."
Don't say your name. Don't say anything.
No, I'm
just
gonna
kill.
say I am the shadow of Desmond. I don't know, something
So you step out into the alleyway, open alleyway, at like the end. There's like 100 feet between you and Wolfsbane
Yeah.
and his two little butt
I am the
buddies
shadow of the desert! And then I'm gonna cast Hunger of Hadar.
on
Oh shit.
Just gonna
On-
cast it on them.
them.
Well,
Okay.
to be fair, I was
This is the
I was
perfect
put a bit in
opportunity. They
front of them.
can't see it. They can just hear you scream and gurgle.
That's true. I distanced myself from
Okay.
them. So what if you have it where like I'm not in it, but I'm just screaming?
Yeah, I mean, like I could just put it so it's centered on just them.
Yeah.
I'm
that-
gonna get my Hunger of Hadar off.
Yeah, so
And
we
I
see
need you to like hold one of them.
So
to,
we
like,
see Wolfsbane. Yeah, we see Wolfsbane like on the in front of where the sphere is placed, and we hear two guards like screaming, "What's going on?" And then we see come out of the top of the dome. Sort of, we zoom out and up. Come out of the top of the dome, a flare of sorts, a firework go into the night sky, bright crimson. And then we cut
Perfect.
back. We cut back to the inn. What's the remnants of this body? What happened? The door is now open. We see lying on the floor probably a guard with a marking. Yeah.
Wait, what?
cutting away from us.
Yeah, cutting away from you guys to go back to Aaron.
Oh,
Sort
okay.
of just maintaining.
So I think before she kills him, Afterglow or whatever, I don't know. she'll just make some conversation before she does kill him.
You don't have to have sex with him. You could just kill him first to be polite.
Yeah.
I mean,
Or like, never mind.
obviously I have not explained Aaron enough.
No, I'm just saying.
Either way, she'll say, "Well, now that was a fun time, now wasn't it?"
I didn't think they made him like this anymore. Goodness, I haven't had anything like that since I was a
June.
boy.
And her face kind of like just falls, just slightly.
And as you turn around, he's like, war, blood, a good woman. I could die a happy man now.
Oh, good.
And you see
Perfect, even.
you see the face sort of drop off Aaron.
But she's going to say, as much fun as this was, I really need to get back to you really need to get back to Ellenheim, but that barrier around is really causing some issue.
They said it should be gone in a few days anyway.
Really?
Yeah, apparently the mines or something are having problems keeping it up. I can't relate.
Shut the fuck up. Can I kill him now, actually?
Mines?
Yeah,
I surprised it's traveling around so much. I hadn't heard about what was going on.
yeah, the barriers are fueled by something in the mines. They haven't been producing as much.
Oh.
Something about like a labor strike or something. Want to unionize? Stupid. Short-sighted.
Well, I suppose it doesn't really matter in the instance you had taken the city.
Yeah, we still have a lot to go. This is the hardest battle, but maybe.
And as you said, you can die a happy man and die much dead.
How
Commit dead.
how do kill?
Commit dead. Commit die.
You see her lunge in an animalistic sort of fury.
No, I think she may clothes aside, and like equipment. I think she may have had a dagger near her, which she does actually have, and she's just gonna
You stab him in the
cut the
chest?
throat. Cut
Okay.
the throat. Make sure he can't scream.
Okay. Alright. Cool. Yeah, he makes a very sickening gurgle noise.
And then she stabs him in the chest to actually kill him. Stab, stab, or
Terrifying.
slice, stab, and
You see the blood splatter on naked skin?
yeah, it's just the way Aaron likes. Either way, she's then going to
You get naked while you have sex? What the fuck?
Gross.
Gross.
and
There's
she
so much
is.
disease.
She's a vampire. She is then going to carve the marking on his back.
You flip him over and then just carve away. Jeez. All right.
I mean, it doesn't disturb her, certainly.
Make a. I don't know. What would that be? Just make a generic dexterity check.
Okay.
Just want to make sure like this doesn't take an extremely long amount of time and you guys are like interrupted.
Right.
Because the shit only takes so long. Okay. It's passable. You know, like, you do the mark and all that. It doesn't take too overly long. And then
Right.
as you're carving the last rune or whatever, you hear a knock on the door.
She is. She is knocking doors. Is there like okay? How long between the carving and the mark and the knock on the door?
It's like as you're finishing up.
Okay. Yeah. So, she'll just say and sort of just like kitten. She will she's going to like get some of her stuff quickly redress, and then she's then going to use her item, the shift weave, and become like one of the knights, and like she'll slam open the door, and she says, this soldier was killed. I don't
know how to react to this. Okay. Yeah, so he sees a perfectly, passable Elnhayan guard just come out. Are you dressed as like he was, or as like a, what do you call it? Like a, I guess you wouldn't have seen them. You're like.
Well, no, I think she would have, because remember she was like out and about, spying from the rooftops.
Yeah, true. Okay, yeah. So you wanna dress as, you wanted to be dressed as like an officer, not a like a patrol guard.
Yeah, as an officer.
Okay. Make a persuasion or persuasion check, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, because I mean, it. Yeah, I mean,
it's not exactly.
Says...
It's like social stealth, but it's not. It's not stealth.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Social stealth. Sure. Let's roll. Because it does. It replicates the clothing.
Sure.
So the clothing of up to like, I forget, it was like 3 or 4 different sets of clothing she can have in that item.
So he takes a step back from the doorway. He's like, he's dead? I'm sorry, ma'am, and he like steps back and like salutes you. Uh, why are you here? What? He's dead? Who killed him?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to figure out. There are a bit in some rumors going about that there are people all killing, or that there's someone killing.
That there's another guard killing other guards.
Sorry, real quick. Sorry, 1 second. Someone's calling me. I'll be right back.
Okay, we can just switch back. So the last thing we saw at the other scene was Wolfsbane, you're standing in front of a Hunger of Hadar spear. You see Theta at the end of the alley, and then above you is a red crimson flare sort of arcing through the sky.
Desmond deems you unworthy to live. Just really
That's not good.
No, yeah, no, this
Well,
is perfect.
reminder, we're still like that was his reaction. So he was holding an action as he was moving with you. So we're technically in combat time now. You guys have a surprise round because you knew
So
what
I've
was
already got
happening.
my hunger. That's not part of my surprise round, correct?
Right, because you were holding an action.
Okay.
Hey, I'm back, but
I am going to question. I'm gonna do a spooky thing, and then now I'm going to thinking about it, thinking very hard, and having many thoughts. There's a couple things I could do.
Mhm.
I could just dismiss this as a free action and then cast Dominate Person, and then we'll take it from there. You know what I mean? Or, and this is probably what I'll probably have to, I don't know, figure something else out. So how far away from me are they? Like in feet? Like the edge of the Hunger of Hadar spear, how far away from me is that?
I believe we said like they were 100 and then they were walking towards you, so they would have been like 80 feet. Or whatever the max Hunger of Hadar range would be, is what I would think. So just do that instead.
Okay. Okay. Let me double check my spell book. That's one spell slot.
Oh, yeah. What's the damage for the Hunger of Hadar? Isn't it
It's
initially
2d6.
2d? It's initially 2d6 for.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Since I guess they'll just take 2d6 the round that they take it in surprise, and then on their next turn they'll worry about it. There's so many things I could do. I'm gonna make a motion towards Wolfsbane to be like, come on, start playing it up, start screaming.
Like should I die now?
Yeah, fucking die already, Christ.
I
Okay.
think that.
I'm
Wait,
gonna-
can you cast Hunger of Hadar for me in the chat? I think there's something
gonna-
about sound not traveling.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's loud, but sound still travels through it. It's dark though.
Okay.
It's wet, it's slurping noises that can be heard up to 30 feet away.
Okay, so I'm gonna scream in Elhainian.
They speak common in Elnhai.
Yeah,
I know.
Or no,
It was a
Elmheim.
joke.
Yeah.
I'm gonna scream, manly scream, like a man
Okay.
getting eviscerated scream.
Okay.
And while they can't see, I'm gonna like fall over, and then disguise. So with the disguise self, can I make it look like I'm all bloody and shit?
You could just be bloody. Would that help? Should I stab you?
I mean,
Well, if you stab me, then my illusion goes away.
yes.
What a pickle.
Because it says anything else is up to me.
Do you have to recast to change the disguise?
I don't know. I don't think it specifies.
Alright. So I'm gonna hold an action actually.
No,
Uh,
it looks different until the spell ends. So it's whatever you have.
Okay. So actually no, okay. Wolfsbane,
Okay,
as
then-
your surprise round, I need you to scream and become dead.
Okay, I'm gonna scream, and then basically collapse against a building, clutching my side. But it looks like the wound would be pressed against the wall, so nobody can actually see the wound.
Okay.
And then as a free action, I'm going to dismiss Hunger of Hadar, and then I'm going to cast Hold. Oh gosh, what is the range of Hold Person? It's like 60 feet. Okay, I'm gonna get close enough that I'm within 60 feet of them. Or maybe I already am. What's the range? It's Hunger of Hadar, it's like 150 feet. Okay. And I'm gonna get close enough, and I'm gonna cast Hold Person on one of them.
While they're in the thing?
No,
Wait, you can't do
as
that
a
because you
free-
ended it,
no,
right?
As a free action, I end it,
Okay.
and then I did.
Oh,
cast
and
Hold.
real quick, before I die, I'm gonna scream as I'm against the wall, and then as he
How could
gets rid of
Desmond
Hunger
do
Hadar,
this?
I'm gonna say, "I order you to run,"
And then I'm gonna cast Hold Person on one of them.
and then I'll die.
Okay. So, let me just.
This is so
Is it just
elaborate.
one at random, like as a just
The
random one?
closest one.
Okay.
Like the farther one will be sent off to run, and then the closest one will be captured in my little mitts.
Okay. Yeah. So the one that you kept, has dropped a like metal cylindrical thing with like a wooden handle at his side, and he what's the saving throw for that? For Hold Person?
It's 16. It's a Wisdom saving throw.
He passes it.
Does he?
Boo. Anybody
Or
have a
does
destiny
he?
point?
Yeah.
Because of 18.
Yeah.
So he
Somebody Destiny point this, please.
Come on, Sammy.
no.
I think I have a Destiny point actually.
Does someone want to use a destiny point?
I don't have any.
I'm pretty sure I have one. Let me check. Where would I keep that again? Oh, I do. I do have a destiny point. I'm gonna force him to re-roll that because he's been blinded. His entire senses are fucking kerfucked.
Okay.
There's no way that he can actually
He
focus.
still hears the
himself.
slurping echoing.
He got slurped. He got damaged. He's been ordered to run. There's blood. There's screaming. There's fucking a brown-haired elf saying Desmond wants them dead. Like it's a day.
All right, so we're gonna do the first use of the new opposed destiny point ruling. So I'm gonna also spend a
Why do you
destiny
want
point.
me to not have fun? Damn it, Richard.
No, it's cool because it doesn't. Okay, so we need to roll an opposed d20. So you roll one and I'll roll one.
Okay.
Okay, so I get a 5. Nice. All right, so he, like, you see him using his will to break out of this Hold Person, and how do you affect this?
I slap my hand down on my bug hand on void board, and I slide my fingers across it as a bug launches itself off of my arm and just directly into his fucking mouth.
Oh.
And then suddenly it goes in, and then it stretches
Out his
outwards
nose.
in an extremely malleable way, and then wraps itself around him tightly.
Oh, great. You got Theta the face hugger.
Nice.
All right. So, one sec.
I implore you, stay. Desmond wants you dead!
Yeah, so you see his eyes sort of widen with absolute fear as this thing is happening to him.
Yeah,
He tries to talk, but he can't.
I would describe this as a thing happening.
So you leave the other guy to run away.
Yes.
All right, let's see how he reacts. On a 1, he stays. All right, he runs as fast as his legs can carry him in the exact opposite direction that he came.
Roll for if he trips.
I mean, he's a trained soldier. If he crit fails, then maybe.
Okay.
From what we've seen from all of the guards and low rank soldiers so far, if they're not Vanguard, I don't think I'm very impressed.
All right. Yeah, he runs, although albeit not entirely quickly. But you keep the guy held. What do you do then?
All right. I'm gonna walk up and I'm just gonna start beating the shit out of him.
With what?
Well, actually, wow, that's a great question. You know, I think.
Yeah, weapons?
Yeah, I do have a weapon. Though it's not my action anymore. I suppose the surprise round would have ended now, wouldn't it? Or is there really no combat since he's now?
I mean, he's held, but he
Paralyzed.
still gets the save because person.
Okay.
I'm just reading hold person.
Yeah, he's paralyzed and he gets to save at the end of his turn. Does Wolfsbane still technically have an action? Though
And I
he
guess
might-
also with the surprise round, we'd have to still roll initiative because
Yeah.
even if it was surprise round, we could still go again if we go first.
Yeah.
But then again, he's also petrified and immobilized
Paralyzed.
on the ground.
Yeah. So I mean, we can just roll initiative, and Wolfsbane, if you go first, you could just get up and fucking kill the absolute fucking shit out of him.
Yeah,
your
because
mega crit.
melee is crit with paralyze.
Yep. I could melee him with my Void Whip, but I don't know if I want to spend those points yet. So
So should we roll initiative?
Yes, probably. One sec.
$18.
Begin. Whoops.
Literally, just can you just like slice his throat?
How the hell? How do you add a turn tracker for a person that's not on the thing?
You just
Just
roll a d20
there's three of us. Just roll it, and we'll just keep track of it mentally.
Okay.
with our fucking fat brains.
Just three of us, so
I'm smart.
shouldn't be too hard. Okay,
Y'all
Theta
are-
guard me. Theta guard Wolf.
Y'all are very flashy with the
Yeah.
way you're going about this.
We're,
Listen,
we're having fun
alright.
with it.
I mean,
I'm living for it. Exactly.
We
I'm living
are-
for it.
we're in the middle of a city with a lot of guards, and a flare just went up, so that's cool.
Yeah, so we got to be quick about this. All right, so I go first.
Wait, did I just rolled under Thetas. I rolled that 13. That was... Should I reroll?
I don't think it matters.
Okay, so...
Because it's still my
yeah, so
yeah, my
yeah, it's
initiative is
Theta's
plus
turn.
0.
It's
Plus two
Theta's
is-
turn.
Yeah.
So what do you do, Theta?
Uh,
I guess Theta's turn would have been the hold person, right?
no, that was my surprise round.
That was
And
a
then
surprise
yeah,
round.
okay, yeah, right. And then what do you do this time? Because he doesn't get a turn this time. Yet, not yet, at least.
I'm gonna run up on him, and because using Void Ball
Just
costs an action, I'm just
Slice
gonna,
his throat.
yeah, I'm going to pull out my goddamn maze. I believe, and I'm going to, unless I have something else I could be using. No, I'm gonna be using a mace, and I'm gonna run up on him, and I'm gonna hit him really hard on the head.
And
I roll-
isn't it an auto crit?
It's an auto crit if I hit, but I also hit with advantage, I believe, right? That's how
Yeah.
paralyzed.
Yeah, that's how paralyze works.
Well,
Use that
I have a
mace.
6.
you don't have to roll.
You
do
get you get advantage, and then any attack that hits is a crit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you do. Because paralyzed 17 hit.
Yes.
All right, damage, critical hit,
Roll that crit.
13.
Okay. So you hit him.
Yeah, I literally just I run over with my mace and I just hit him really hard on the head. Is Tola did a bonus action? Oh, no, it's not. Okay. that
You could
would've
tell
been
it. You could tell you're doing damage. His fucking like skin is
nice.
torn apart. His once pristine like chainmail is now sort of hanging.
I'm just going to town.
All right, and then you don't get multi-attack because you're not a,
No,
a
I don't.
fighter
I'm-
class.
But I do hit him for 13 damage.
You did, yeah. Wolfsbane, you're lying dead quote unquote.
It's not my turn.
Right, he's got to roll the thing. Whoops.
Yeah.
What did I say his wisdom was? Shit.
Probably like 1. He's a little
It was 3.
stupid guard.
Really?
3?
+3? That's crazy.
Holy shit.
They're
You didn't
church
roll a
people,
d20.
Oh.
That's just
That's
20
not.
plus
That's
3.
20 plus 3. Yeah. Whoops.
Cheater. You should automatically fail. You're trying to blindside us.
Is this no?
You
I'm just
failed.
asking. Is this homebrew? Because I'm trying to think of any NPC that has even a +3 bonus.
They are.
But let's just say these are some really philosophical guards.
They're
No, I'm
church soldiers.
No, I'm just saying that I don't
Probably,
know a
I
lot
think.
of.
They're.
No,
I mean,
follow.
their
Yeah, he
religion
breaks
checks are
Okay,
good.
now it's my turn.
No, it's
You know?
it's 11, not a 23.
Yeah,
Oh.
11 does not pass. That's
I mistyped.
stinky.
Wolfsbane,
What?
your turn.
Oh.
Okay, so then
Oh.
I'll get up. Still looking like if I attack somebody, does it drop the disguise, right?
No.
No,
I don't
okay.
think so.
So then I'll still look like the vanguard. I didn't change what my weapon looked like, so I still had a hammer.
Oh, your weapon
So I
really.
just take.
It really stands out, by the way. Like it's different.
Well, I guess it looked like a sword, but now it still acts like a hammer because it's an actual hammer. But it like
Hammer
looks like a sword.
Hitting you with the flat end, baby.
So it looks like I'm hitting him with a sword, but you feel a hammer because it's a hammer disguised like a sword.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So I'm like, so I get up and I'll say, how was the acting? As I am going over to attack him. I'm asking Data.
What's up?
How was the acting?
It was fucking spot on. You sounded just like a church dickhead dying, and we're about to just get some more inspiration for how that sounds.
That hits, and then another one, and then damage for both of those. Damage is just double dice, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Okay.
Crit.
So, why am I blanking here? Oh, there we go. Because since I didn't crit, I have to do it manually. Give me a second. So that's 2 attacks, each one's 1d8. That's 4d8 plus that twice, so 18.
Wait, you have to do it manually? What?
Well, because it only does the crit damage if I actually crit, so I just double the dice. 'Cause it's
Well,
easier.
No, you
not
should.
necessarily.
You should
You
have.
can-
If you hit the
It's an
attack
auto
button.
crit, so it's still.
Yeah, if you
if
hit the
you
damage
roll-
button, it should give you an option
Yeah.
for critical.
Oh, I never noticed
Yeah.
that.
Mhm.
Well, now I know.
There you go. Doesn't matter, but
Still,
there you
it
go.
was still the same amount of dice and
You
modifiers.
kill
so-
him. He's
He did.
He's dead, but he's still held, so he doesn't get to move, and then he dies.
He did. Very dead.
All right, well, get to work then. I guess we got to get out of here.
All right, pulls out my little dagger. Well, let's see if my school drawings are of any help for this sort of situation.
Okay,
Hey, you know what,
and
say
then
that?
Those
I'm
elven
actually gonna
S's.
head out right now. And so we're not in combat right now, right?
technically, no. I mean,
Okay, so I'm gonna.
time
Drop
is of the
disguise.
essence still.
I'm dropping disguise self and casting invisibility on myself.
Okay. And then, Theta, can you make a dexterity check?
Yeah, sure. Wait, why am I doing this?
Ah, you
You're the one
know.
who can turn invisible. I should just run while you do this.
I mean, if he attacks invisibility or whatnot, he
Well, he
Yeah.
doesn't.
invisibility, I think.
All I'm
Yeah.
saying
I
is
can't.
that
I
you
can't
could have
attack
just
anybody.
done this and then went invisible while I was already escaping. Can't believe you do this to me,
too bad.
This is
dickhead.
Sorry. I am
This is
actively
why-
making my way back to the Sad Dragon Inn, by the way.
Why
Okay.
you
It's a 17.
go on your own?
All right. Yeah. So time passes. Both of you make stealth checks.
I'm invisible.
Yeah, at advantage because invisibility for Wolfsbane. They just gets regular. Unless they want to, like, I don't know, have a miracle.
3.
So you got a 3.
I'm gonna. I
I
guess,
got a 19.
So
Hey, Sam, this is your destiny point. Might really be
Did I
helpful
not
right now.
succeed the dex check?
so you succeeded the dex check. That was to make sure you didn't take extra amount of time to do that, and perhaps something else would have happened. The 3 it's a low roll.
Yeah, I know.
Fuck, I can't
just
speak because I'm muted!
More rolls just so I can have bad luck.
But yeah, no, sure, I'll use my destiny point, so for Theta.
Okay. Yeah, so Theta, you get up and you start running and you realize that, like, it's kind of annoying to run quickly in a robe.
Right.
So what do you do to turn this terrible failure into a success, possibly?
Uh. Mm, uh
Just disrobe. I don't know.
how about I forgo stealth entirely and I just focus on being fast? Because, or actually, forgo stealth, but in the sense of instead of just trying to stealthily make my way back to the Bad Dragon Inn, I'm just going to fucking find a building that's empty and just chill in it.
So once you realize that you're not going anywhere fast or stealthily, so you find a closer target to hide in.
Yeah. And
Okay.
I'm gonna find a nice closet and I'm going to just sit in it.
Yeah. I'll say that's you can reroll. It's not an auto success, of course. But if you're, hiding closer, it's probably going to be easier.
14.
Okay. Yeah, so you get yourself secreted away in a building, like, probably in between, like halfway in between where you're at now and the Sad Dragon Inn. Wolfsbane, you're able to make it back. Just as you turn the corner, you see, like, a group of, like, a half a dozen guards turn the corner, and you, like, sort of stand still. You're, like, holding your breath, and they pass you, and they make the turn, and then you continue, and you feel really cool because it's the first time you've ever successfully stealth past someone.
Let's go.
And then you make it back, and as soon as you get back into the inn, what do?
Go downstairs to check on Sylvie.
Sylvie is not there.
Oh, well, I'm still invisible. I'm gonna look around for anything, any evidence, clues, tips, tricks, fashion tips.
Could have possibly seen this coming.
Who could have possibly? Make a perception check. Or investigation, if that's better.
Oh, no. Perception, please.
Okay. Hey. So, you would have noticed that from now until the time you left, there have been a significantly large amount of wine bottles removed from one of the shelves in the cellar. And Sylvie has left a thing. You see a little thing that she called Sprout, just on the floor, beside where she was sitting.
What does Sprout look like again?
It's like a little bell sprout, sort of like a bell pepper, I think. I don't know what fucking not a pepper. What, fucking how do I don't know. I think she posted it in the art channel before.
Yeah, whatever. It's a plant thingy, right?
Yeah, it's like a little, like, personification of a plant.
Have I seen this thing before? Like, do I know what it is?
Yes. Yeah, you saw it before you knew it was Sylvie, like her pet friend thing.
Have I seen it move and shit? Or do I just think it's a plant?
Do you think it's like a weird little thing that's alive?
Like a
Okay.
mandrake of
I'm
some
gonna pick
kind?
the weird little thing up and like put it like have it rest in the palm of my hand. I'll like poke it.
It makes a noise at you as a good. You don't know what it
The hell does
says.
that mean?
You don't know what it says. Only Sylvie can understand it.
Well, hey, what happened to Sylvie? Where'd you go? Uh, how about this? Nod once. How about just nod? I'll
It
ask yes or no
nods.
question. Did she leave on her own?
It shrugs. Like it's not sure. Like yes, maybe, no, maybe. Sort of.
Well, I'll put it on my shoulder. I'll drop invisibility at this point.
Okay.
And put it on my shoulder and keep looking around.
Yeah, so you do some more looking around, and the 23 you got would just tell you that, there's some stuff missing. Like maybe she left or something. You're not sure. But you could tell someone's been here since you left. Or at least like affected the environment in this place a little bit.
Well then I'm just gonna hole up there in the basement.
Okay.
I'll basically. Is there a chair in the basement?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a
I'll have
couple
a chair,
little
put it in a
chairs.
corner facing the stairway. It's like the opposite corner, and then basically just have my hammer out and wait.
Okay. And Aaron, so
Yes.
we left off with you trying to convince a guard that his friend was murdered and that you came out of the house he was murdered in, dressed as a commanding officer. And
Yeah, so she's going to like in like in a commanding way. You go alert the others. I'm going to look around, see if there are any clues as to whatever this person might be. Or
he told me he was going to take a shit. What?
what?
What happened? He like goes past you to go into the room. Do you let him see the body?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was a dreadful shit.
he looks. He's like, "Damn. Do you know what those markings are?"
No, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay.
So that's why I need you to go alert the others. Make sure that they keep an eye out. Whoever this is, they're targeting other soldiers.
Can you make a deception check?
Sure. Deception.
Well, technically, they are targeting soldiers, not really deception.
Yeah, but she's making it seem like she didn't do it, so it's like lying.
Yeah,
That
proxy.
18.
Yeah, so he believes you. He's like, "Yes, ma'am, right away," and he walks out and goes back the way he came.
And she'll stay around for a little bit, making sure like he is like actually leaves.
Yeah, you see him walk out and around and all that.
Yep, and she's gonna just go back into the building and take some blood, drink some.
She just starts lapping it up, like it's resting on his chest. She's just like, "Yum, blood."
Mountain Dew Code Red.
But yeah, he drinks his blood. Mealtime. But yeah, then she's going to.
Do you turn him?
No, he's dead. I don't think you can turn something that's dead into undead.
It's almost dead.
Unless-
He might be like almost dead.
I mean, his throat got sliced and he got a stab in the chest. So Who knows?
Cool.
Either way, she is going to take the body, and she's gonna like get to like the roof or something.
Wait, so you
And
take the body and go to the roof and do what exactly?
more or less, she's putting the she wants to put the body somewhere where it's more visible. Like if someone sees her, that's fine.
Right.
Like really hammering in like
So you're trying to
silver,
hang
like,
him from the
spells.
roof?
Either hang him from the roof or just like see if there's like a good place where like another patrol would see him if she puts him there, or something along those lines.
Okay. And then what?
And then she's going to stealthily make her way back to the inn.
Cool. Make a stealth check.
Will do. Stealth
Oh.
30.
You are become the knight. So we see.
I imagine she hangs her out around until dark, and then she arrives.
Well,
back to
all
the
of this
inn
was
by dark.
happening in like the middle of the night, like 2 a.m.
Oh,
So,
okay. Then yeah.
Yeah. So you become the knight and you leave out the like road, and we maintain on the road, and we see the moon sort of change angles, and we can see different parts of the street light up, indicating the time has passed. And then we see the man who left, along with a person dressed as an officer in similar clothes to you were wearing, and 2 other like guards. And we hear, I don't know why that's there. When I left, it was inside on a bed. Wait a second. And he turns to the officer. He's like, I think something's going on here. And the officer sort of has like a big handlebar mustache. He looks very, he reminds me of Sir Hammerlock from Borderlands, almost.
And he goes, "You spiffing dumb fuck! I bet you did this!" And then he shoots him in the fucking head.
He goes, this was your commander, yes? Or your friend, at least. You shared the same rank. And you were alone, you two. And he indicates yes. He's like, and you split up. And he like looks at the ground funny. He's like, it was his idea. And how did he get up there? And this is where it's going to determine a thing. 2. Okay. So he says, there was a woman officer. She didn't tell me her name. She came out of here alerting me to his departure. And, well, I saw him on a bed. I don't know how he got hung up there.
Exactly what Aaron wants.
And so he's like, the officer goes, do you know this woman? What is her name? What is her rank? And he's like, I don't know, I didn't ask. And he gives a physical description of what your character looks like. And we fade out.
And the officer goes, "Well, that's just generic. I don't. There's no distinguishing features other than she looks exactly like every other officer token."
She looks
Damn it.
white. That's it.
No,
She just looks white.
he gives like an accurate physical description, like a white, tall, like extremely tall, well-built female. And there aren't that many of them, believe it or not.
And I will say that like after she when she's like making her way back, she would have like returned to her normal clothing.
Okay.
Like
yeah,
she doesn't look like an officer anymore.
Yeah, so you arrive, we see you go into the Sad Dragon Inn.
All except Theta.
And then we cut after we see her skulking around the city again. And where the camera fades back in, we see where is Theta hiding?
In a closet.
So we see the outside of a closet where the music has.
I just need an hour.
The music.
I just need an hour.
The music has been cut. We see the outside of a closet, and we hear like some shuffling about. After an hour has passed, what do you do, Theta?
I get my spell slots back first of all.
Okay.
I'm going to stand up, brush myself off. I think I'll cast disguise self, and I'll disguise myself as as an elf in a green cloak. No, I'm gonna disguise myself as generic soldier number 6.
Okay.
Thaddeus Crinch.
So just a random fucking soldier that you saw. Okay.
Yeah,
Fair.
and yeah, and then I'm just gonna leave, and I'm just gonna. I guess I'm gonna start heading back to the. I'm gonna like do a patrol around the Sad Dragon. Once I'm sure that nobody's really watching, then I'm gonna go in.
Yeah, so you ran a distance away. You walk out and... one sec.
A lot of deception this episode.
Okay, so you walk out and you see a patrol of 4 guards out in front, sort of walking past. They look funnily at you.
I look around. Am I doing something wrong?
Where's your buddy?
I don't know.
And they all sort of like change their physical like body language, and they're like, "Do you need help finding him? Are you
Yeah.
Are you separated?"
Yeah, I don't know what happened. There was a big vampire-looking motherfucker who said that they were a guard. And now he's just gone. He said that he was going to go with them for like a sit rep or something, but he like winked.
Oh my god. One of the guards sort of perks up his ear. He's like, "You again?
Again?
Fuck! What is going on in this town?"
I think somebody within our ranks is trying to cut us off. Because I mean, they looked like an officer. They talked like an officer. They knew all the code words.
Do you see where they went?
Last I saw them, they were going back towards the camp in Omkurst Bridge.
Huh. And he
They
sort
said
of
that they were.
they sort of look at each other. And after a little bit, they're like, "You should come with us. You should come debrief."
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Of course.
Yeah? Okay. So you follow them?
Yeah. No. Of course.
Oh,
Okay.
no. Oh boy.
Possibly go wrong.
So, you follow them. They head out and to like one of the main streets, and they turn towards the city center. You realize quickly where you're headed. You continue to follow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they haven't really been paying much attention to you. Like they're sort of. You can tell it's like almost the end of their shifts. They're getting a little drowsy, and they go and they approach the Grand Library, or the Great Library. And you go in, and we see flanking the doorways are a couple of vanguards on each side, 2. And we go in, and
Okay.
standing at the like front desk of the library is the same man that we saw in the intro sequence. Long green robes, sort of Steve Buscemi looking motherfucker. And he sort of looks up at you, looks down at his books, and then he looks at the leader of this group of 4, and he's like, come here to give a debrief, huh? And
Yeah.
they nod. It's like, all right, come on. And he sort of like waves in front of him. Go ahead.
Well, you see, I was going on my patrol, right, with my partner, Lori, and suddenly this Vanguard approached us. Tall Vanguard guy. A woman, maybe? Started talking to Lori about something needed to go with them, and Lori looked at me and was just like, "I'll just be a moment." And they gave me like a wink, and I didn't quite understand what that meant, so I just sat there and I
What
waited
kind
for
of
them.
wink? Can you imitate it, please?
Oh yeah, of course. Like that one.
Right, yes.
See, my mom has been always said since I was a youngin' that I don't quite understand much, you know. So I didn't even try to think about it too hard. But like, an hour passed, and I was like, well, no amount of sit repping can last that long, right? So I go to look where they went. Nowhere. And I'm standing there, and I'm like, well, I don't have nobody anymore.
Hmm.
What? Who am I with nobody? I'm nobody.
Don't worry, everything will be okay. This is... the buddy system is for security purposes only. It's not...
I don't feel very secure right now.
I understand, and I'm sure we'll be able to find them. Where did you last see him?
All right. Well, last I saw, the direction they were going was in the direction of the Omkurs Bridge.
So, towards the southern gate, then.
Yeah, the southern gate. And I thought, that's weird. Not much going on down there. If anything, we got over patrol down the southern gate. We're like locked on the southern gate. Southern gate's like swallow the key and toss it out, you know?
Right. And he sort of hesitates. Would you care to make a deception check?
Oh boy, would I!
Chaos.
Finally, we're in my realm of charisma checks.
Nice.
19.
That rolled on a 1 almost, and I'm just like, oh.
God wouldn't let me.
So after this brief pause, he sort of steeples his fingers in front of him, and he says, "Thank you. You may go.
All right.
See to
Like-
it that this man is fed and taken care of and reassigned. Give him an upgrade,
All right.
perhaps."
Ooh.
And the two, or the four people, sort of motion to leave. And as you turn around through the, little miniature doorway leading into the actual library, you hear a deep guttural, "That's a good one, Desmond."
What?
You heard a laughter through the doorway leading into the library deeper.
Oh, I
told
kind of glance in. I look
Jolly-
over at my fellow guardsmen. I'm like, oh my god, is Desmond here?
Told you it's the Jolly Green Giant.
Nobody told me that Desmond was gonna be here.
Yeah,
Is my
this is
uniform okay?
this is like the new command. It's
Really?
the
Oh my
it's
god.
the biggest building in the city, so we figured it's probably the easiest to fortify and, that kind of thing.
Fair enough. We did blow up the other biggest building in the city.
So do you try to look through the doorway?
You guys don't think he'd mind if I got a little glance in there, right? They're not talking about anything too important, right?
3 of the 4 look very worried, and then the 4th one looks pretty self-assured, and he's like, "Yeah, go ahead."
All right. I kind of give a little glance in, my butt cartoonishly hanging up in the air as I bend down to look in.
Yeah, so we can see him look through the archway that leads into the library. Make a stealth check just to see if anyone in the room sees you.
All right.
Oh, I can't save you from
I
this
got-
one.
Yeah,
Oh, there
I
you
Crit!
can.
Holy
God
shit.
saved me.
All
You
right.
can save yourself.
So you crit, and that allows you an extra sort of thing. Roll a perception at advantage, please.
My perception, my favorite skill.
Oh, 11. All right. At least it's not a 1. So you see,
Just an average roll.
just seated nonchalantly at the table, Desmond, and then beside Rosetta, deeply reading a book, and Joker at their side, sort of helping. And beside Desmond, in a very large chair, is the man from the picture before. He's about like 20 to 30 feet tall, and he's grasping a giant, like 10-foot tall golden scepter. And he's sort of breathing deeply. He's like, they're deeply relaying a story that has happened. Do you stick around to listen?
Yeah, I love stories.
You love stories.
Thaddeus Grint loves stories.
I forgot you named this guy. Yeah, so Desmond is telling a story of how once he met a what's the word that he would use? A inspiring sort of person. He met this woman while he was away on business in a town called Calm. Her name was Rosetta.
Yuck.
Yeah.
Girls are yucky.
Girl-
Desmond's got maidens.
Yeah, he relays like how
Mother
he's
Christ,
basically
this is some
telling
ridiculous behavior.
he's telling the entire story of how he met Rosetta, how Rosetta's helped him, and like that sort of thing. And
Interesting. Please list it all in detail. I need to know so I can have poetic justice later.
right, so Desmond and Rosetta like talked initially at the like in the carriage, and also like in the carriage on the way to Calm. They talked like at the gala. They talked in the Sad Dragon Inn on the second floor privately about the Order of the King below, and a lot
When
of
I walked in,
a lot of very secret details. He says that he learned that they planned to ambush the party, like the traveling people back to Elmheim. They planned to ambush them, but Rosetta let them know. So instead, he took the train and sent the rest of his stuff.
How that happened?
Yeah, and sent the rest of the stuff south
Thaddeus
in the
Grint
carriage anyway.
sharply snaps his fingers like, "Oh, that's so clever. That's so fucking clever."
And so you're staying around to just hear this, and you hear the response to this story, and the large man says, you're not sure what his name is yet, I don't think. The man says, "Desmond, you are foolish to trust a person such as that. Loyalties shouldn't be swayed so easily." And every other sentence is like guttural laughter. You could tell this guy's really having a good time.
You let him know, Lord Gut.
Lord Gut.
Lord Gut.
Okay, but do you just stay there, hang out? What do you do?
Do I feel like I'm gonna glean anything new from this, other than maybe this dude's name, perhaps?
You think that this is a very important room. There's a lot of highly ranked members, but your attention, or your presence is drawing attention from people outside of the room. No one inside has seen you yet.
No, that's fine. I look behind, I notice him, and I kind of like motion with my head, like, yo, listen to this.
So,
Listen to this.
so the three worried ones stand closer to the exit, and the one like sort of self-assured one walks towards you hesitantly.
Yo.
Are you sure we should be listening to this?
If anything, I think Desmond would respect the balls.
I think we're not supposed. Is this spying?
Yeah, absolutely. But like, what he? Yeah, maybe he'll make us the spy master.
Yo, that's a good idea. Maybe we should just like go in.
No. That's not how spies work.
And he sort of like goes to the opposite door, or like goes to the opposite side of the door, crouches down in the same position that you're in, and you both sort of just listen intently.
Perfect. What's this guy's name?
So you whisper across the doorway, "What's your name?"
What's your-
Reggie.
Yo, Reggie, what's good? I'm Thaddeus.
Thaddeus what?
Thaddeus Cringe.
Cringe? Like
Yeah, Cringe. Like Cringe with a C.
oh my god. Okay. It's like, nice to meet you, Thaddeus. And you both just are watching this room.
The room where it happens.
So before
Really
long,
Rosetta's not in there, is she?
yeah, she's sitting right beside Desmond.
Oh, she's just reading a book.
Yeah,
like a
she's
fucking loser.
she's
Alright.
just reading a book like a loser. Yep. And
What
so
book is she reading?
it's just a really just big dusty tome.
I guess they are in the library. You know what? I bet they didn't even fucking want to use this as like a base of operations because of fucking any strategical advantage. But just Rosetta was like, I want to read books, and Desmond was like, okay. Fucking sim.
So you listen for long enough to glean some information. I don't want to act it all out because it would take a while. You learn that this large creature's name is Clovis. They call him the King for some reason.
Interesting.
Everyone you have seen so far has like looked at this man in like the utmost sincerity as like God among men. Like you can tell they really worship this guy. Even Desmond, to like the nth degree, is treating this guy with absolute reverence. They talk strategy at one point, like a couple of minutes after you start watching, and Reggie's like face goes pale, and he's like, "I don't think we should be here for this. This might actually be treason."
Yo, no, we got advanced intel on what we're gonna be doing next.
And do you listen for the battle part? Like they're discussing battle plans?
Yeah.
Alright, we're gonna need another stealth check, and Reggie's gonna have to roll one
Worst
too.
case scenario, we have the funniest interaction. Because Desmond's not ready for my impeccable character.
Or he sees through it and you just instantly die.
No, I think he'd respect it. I think he'd respect it. That's my
I don't think the
person.
king
Oh
would.
my god!
I think the king would double respect it. I think the king
Holy
would
shit.
respect it.
Alright,
I think
so the battle discussions and plans have been started. In the middle of this like square setup of tables, Desmond slowly paces around and says, "We are almost at the victory point. The city of Calm is ours for all intents and purposes. We have captured or swayed every member of the Church of Remembrance, or killed them if we had to. The next thing to follow, we must take the rest of the North for solidarity. We must maintain supply lines from the South and hope that the North has more food than we do. And then, after our plan is well underway, hopefully we can find this House Unwavering and put an end to their cortex so that the Void Fissure may be permanently opened." And everyone's sort of applauding. Clovis even claps once, meatily, with his large fucking mitts. and it is at the apex of the silence between the pause after the applause that Mr. Reggie slips and falls directly, like he's like, he must have like got a leg cramp or something, because he falls directly in the doorway and makes like a very loud noise. And Theta, you're lucky because you're
cartoonishly like fucking...
yeah, he cartoonishly fails to like maintain his balance. And we see as Theta like holds their breath and like sort of tucks back so no one notices him. And Desmond says, "It seems we have a guest, Clovis." And Clovis, you see, Theta might not see this, but we do. The audience does. We see Clovis sort of walk one step forward and look down. His feet are like cluttered, and he sort of arches his back downwards, and you hear a ripping noise, and you see two like comically small little wings fucking sprout out of his back, and he starts to like fly over, and he lands right beside the person that fell. Who might this be? And you can smell his breath. It smells like fucking rot. There's like a coppery scent to it as well. And you see two large green fingers reach down and grab Reggie's little ankle. Do you do anything, Theta?
Not sure what I can do. I think I could have like a really ballsy play, but like, is it worth it for just a guy I met today?
No,
Almost yes. But decidedly in my heart, yes. But I know that nobody would
Thaddeus Crinch must live to fight another day.
So he lifts his ankle. He goes, "No!" And he like reaches his arm through the doorway that he came through, sort of towards your direction, Theta. You can see the shadow like spilling out of the doorway, and you see his shadow get lifted up, and you hear, we see from the point of view of Theta, we hear what did you say? We hear a meaty sort of gurgle and a crunch and then a belch. That hit the spot.
Which spot?
And then we fade back to the Sad Dragon Inn.
Boy.
The door opens upstairs, Wolfsbane. What do you do?
I basically hide in an area where, like, I can't be seen from whoever's coming down the steps, and ready my hammer to bonk.
Okay, make a stealth check.
Yeah, bitch, make stealth check.
No, I'm not very stealthy, so I'm
Nice.
just ready with a hammer to bonk.
So Aaron, you open the door and you come in, and you hear like a grunt down the stairs, and you're not sure, but you think someone's downstairs.
Well, I mean, she'll just call out because, I mean, we said we'd meet back here, so. Theta, Wolfsbane, are you here?
Are you here?
Shut up. Shh.
Yeah.
Are you here?
Where the fuck are you? Bloody hell.
And then Wolfsbane will just say, "Yeah, I'm down here."
Yes. Well, I pulled off what I set out to do. She'll like come downstairs.
Well, how'd it
Did it-
go?
Let's just say it went as planned.
All right then. Well,
Got to
ours
have a little
didn't
bit
go
of
exactly as planned.
fun out of it as well.
Kind of sick fun you get out of cutting somebody up.
Oh, there is a lot of fun to be had.
All right then. Well, I have no clue where Theta is.
What?
Yeah, fair enough.
He hasn't returned.
Yeah, no. It went a bit sideways, and a guard ended up launching a flare into the sky, and well, we had to kind of scram, and I could turn invisible, and he couldn't.
Well,
That's what it came down to.
That's certainly some complication, but
I doubt he's dead. Theta's one crafty son of a bitch.
I'm sure he is, but
That bitch over gets crafting.
I'm
Well,
I'm sure
the best
Thaddeus
thing-
Grinch is okay.
Thaddeus Grinch,
The best thing we
rise
can do right
again.
now, well, we got two options. One, we wait here for Theta to get back. The second one, well, if you didn't notice, Sylvie's gone.
it's and like she like takes her around like she as if she just noticed. That's certainly going to put that hammer in our plans to escape. Well,
Oh, also, I forgot to mention a really big piece of information.
which is
There should be a rather large army heading down from Arcage, and they should only be a few days out from Calm, because I keep forgetting that 3 days have passed.
well, and I assume that this is a good thing.
Well, yeah, they're fighting for us, well, for Calm, but they're not with Desmond.
Then that's good then.
So either that's a good thing, or it could complicate things.
Well,
Why not both?
it might do both. Well, in fact, during my trip, spreading the rumor, I had also learned some useful information that, well, you might find useful. Turns out, the guard I was. Turns out the guard I was going after, they had revealed to me that the barrier around Elnheim should be going down in a few days. They said something about the mines feeling the magic isn't able to keep up.
Well, that's good.
So we can either wait for that barrier to go down, or we start making our way once we get your friends back.
I'd
And then
say
we
we
start
wait for
making our way.
Theta. Wait for Theta, and then we can try and find Sylvie. And well, if Sylvie's gone, then we teleport out of here.
And
Then again, Desmond is still in the city, and possibly with the distraction of the army coming down from Arcage, might have the chance to nab him. Now, you don't have a stake in the ordeal, but Theta and I, we've been trying to get him for a long time now.
And we'll see what happens, but in the meantime, I suppose while it is still dark out, I can go on a hunt for Sylvie while you're waiting for your friend.
All right.
Have to take a bit of rest first, but should be good to go afterwards.
All right then.
And
And
then we're gonna go back to the Theta in the
You
Great
know,
You
Library
mean not
I think-
Theta?
to Thaddeus
Say his
Cringe
name.
in the
Please,
Great Library.
So I'm gonna look at that and I'm gonna think, is that secret room still in the library?
You'd have to like go back there and check.
Damn, I have to go directly through this room, don't I?
So the I don't know why I just don't make a fucking library map for as often as we end up here. So it's basically two concentric rectangles, or like
Okay.
large squares, I guess. Around the entirety of the inner, like the inside square of it is like surrounded by a wall, and that's where the actual library is. And then there's a hallway around the whole of the.
So I could take the hallway that goes all the way around to that back area in which
Yeah.
the purity room is, right?
Right.
And that is still a secret room that I know how to get into.
I think you've gotten into it before, yes.
All right. Could I go there?
So you turn around and you look at the three, like, guard friends that just watched Reggie get fucking snatched. And they look at you wide-eyed and they wave at you like, come on, let's go.
Yeah, you know, you make an excellent point. I gotta go take a leak though.
And they're like, whatever, man. You
No,
know
no.
where the barracks is, we'll be there.
Yeah, okay. I'll catch up. I'm sorry. Okay, and now I'm gonna go.
You hear one of them say, man, I liked Reggie.
Me too.
And then you walk down the alley of the hallway of the library, and you don't see anyone.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, it's empty.
I'm gonna go back towards the secret room.
Mhm.
I wanna open that bitch up.
Okay, so you know where the door appears, so you just magically open the lock, so to speak.
Yes.
Yeah, and the solid wall turns from a solid wall to like a ridge of a doorway appears, and it opens.
And then I slip on in.
Okay, do you close the door?
Yeah.
Okay, you see it seal behind you and turn into a bookshelf.
All right. I look around the room. Has this been fucked with?
It looks pristine, like it hasn't been touched.
Oh, good. They do not know this exists. All right. Time to try something else. I'm gonna go contact Natasha.
Natasha.
Talia?
Natalia, sorry.
Yes. Yes, Natasha.
You know, Natasha. So
See
yeah.
what you're trying to commune.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if she can teleport me from this room.
Hmm.
And by extension, teleport me to this room. I'm sure you're beginning to see the implication.
Yeah. All right.
Because I think Thaddeus just stumbled upon the greatest fucking play ever.
One sec, I'm reading what I wrote before about these. Okay, so make a religion check,
All right. Yeah.
and also tell me like what your prayer is to her.
At 11th level, my proficiency bonus is what? 4? Yeah. So, my prayer is to Natalia in lieu of help, I suppose. Transportation related help.
What are the words though? Like, what do you say?
Oh, right. Hello, Natalia. This is Theta. Calling you from Purity's old bedroom. I was wondering if perhaps you could teleport me from here. I have recently discovered that they have made this their headquarters of sorts. I'm surprised Rosetta hasn't potentially revealed the presence of this room, but if she has not, and they are at the very least blind to it, if you are able to teleport me from here and then back to here at a later point in time, we may be able to get the jump on our little Desmond. he is conspiring with a Clovis, whom he refers to as King. He appears to be devil adjacent, and they all appear to be interested in keeping the Void Fissure wide open.
So let me just double check. You're asking for transportation to your friends.
Yeah. But just in general, the knowledge that this is a room that is in fact within her control.
Yeah. Safe
There's
room,
no...
so to speak.
Yeah. There's no way that I cannot be teleported here.
Yeah. So you it waits long enough. She waits long enough to make you think that it's not going to be answered, but then a simple single word is heard. Yes.
You know, I wrote that whole paragraph and you responded just a word, but that's fine, good to know.
And a little outline of a door appears on the opposite wall.
Ooh.
It's like one half white, one half black. You
Alright,
you push it open.
I remove Thaddeus Crunch from my body and I enter through.
Okay, so you open the door. You open the door, and it's a door leading outside. And right to the left of this door is...
Alright, now I hesitate on shedding Thaddeus Crunch real quick.
Yeah, right to the outside of this door, you know that is the Sad Dragon Inn. It's like the two buildings are virtually right next to each other.
I step out as Thaddeus Cringe, and I brush myself off, and I enter the Sad Dragon Inn. Yeah, I gotta take a leak.
Make a stealth check at advantage, because it's dark and you're in the back of the Great Library and all that. Okay. Yeah, so you take like a couple dozen footsteps, and you're at the front door. You go in.
Yep.
Okay. You hear some conversation downstairs.
Hello?
Do we?
This is Thaddeus Cringe speaking.
Does this
Not
sound?
Theta.
Does this sound like Theta?
No,
Yeah,
it sounds like
come on now.
Thaddeus.
Wait,
This is
wait,
not-
what?
This is not the Warlock Theta. This is
Theta, get
Thaddeus.
down there.
Yeah, okay. Anyways, I had a bit of an adventure when you guys weren't with me.
Yeah,
What'd you figure out?
I
Can't
figured out
really get
that-
up your way.
Desmond is interested in keeping the Void Fissure open, and he is working with one person known as Clovis. And you are correct, Rosetta, he is at least 2 Wolfsbanes.
Rosetta, what?
Oh, sorry, shit. Aaron, I'm getting my woman confused. I called Natalia Natasha earlier. Really embarrassing stuff. That's
Yeah,
my
I'm not-
sister's.
I don't exactly know who this Rosetta is, but
Oh, she's a mean one. You know
We're gonna kill
our
her.
little ambush we planned? She's the reason that fell through so terribly.
Well, yeah, I already said that basically.
Yeah, no, but like this is my confirmation, you know?
Okay, it's confirmed. Confirmado.
Yes. So Desmond is ostensibly directly opposed to us, working with a guy who eats people named
All right.
Clovis. And also, I was able to teleport here through the secret room in the library. Do you know what this means? There
We
is
can
a
teleport back in.
entrance.
I will point of contention. It's not actually.
You just open the door.
Yeah, you literally opened a back door. It's like the back door
There is a
in the
literal
library.
back door. If we are able to get there undetected, we are then able to set up shop in that secret room right under Desmond's nose. It will be debatably safer because they're less likely to walk in there, and there is some hint that Desmond either does not know nor does he care about its existence, for it has remained completely untouched.
Well,
Also, I am now Thaddeus Cringe, guard. I might have gotten someone killed, but also I further spread our rumor by telling them I got disconnected with my partner because he followed some sexy armored vampire babe.
all right
And they
then.
were like, again? And I was like, yeah. And they were like, so the things are working out splendidly on our front.
And we got two things. You want the good news or the bad news first?
I would like the mediocre news.
Mediocre. I guess the good counts as mediocre. Well, I forgot since 3 days have passed, but the army from Arcage that Rava got all invigorated should be here like
Oh.
really soon.
That's going to cause so many problems. It's going to be fantastic. We might
Yeah,
actually, if they come in with all this rumor nonsense going on, it might actually be a clean-ish sweep. Clean in the sense that suddenly their whole force will have to be completely preoccupied with those forces while we come in and slide the knife.
I'm hoping they know what they're doing, but they should be here very soon.
They killed,
'Cause,
they killed Kill King. That means something.
that's true, they did. And then the other news is Sylvie's gone.
Oh, what a surprise.
Yeah, nobody saw it coming. And I have no clue where she went.
She'll be around, I'm sure. She's adept in the ways of magic. She's exactly.
I have her little buddy.
What?
Her little buddy, and I points to the thing on my shoulder.
Oh, the high sprout. Wow. Sprout, do you
Aaron can't.
right.
Aaron can't see her or it. By the way.
Sprout, are you capable of writing? I give you a little magic pen.
It sort of like shrugs.
All right. 2 words. Shrug. Shrugging. Shrugging it off. No,
it just stares at you.
Yeah, okay, yeah, no, this isn't funny. Anyways, Wolfsbane, you know, our little moment during that execution we engaged in made me realize something. My telepathic abilities are a little limited, and I think I have an idea on how to expand them to an extent.
How
Limited.
so?
I need you to stand across the room. This time I'm not going to hit you, I promise. But while you're heading over there, how about you hold on to this little guy? And I slide my hand across my arm and I pluck up just a little dude. This one's name is Gregor. And I'm going to put it on your little shoulder. All right. I'm going to close my eyes and you're going to be completely out of my line of sight. And I'm going to see if I can communicate with you telepathically via my bugs. So I do not need a direct line of sight, so as much as you just have a part of me near you.
What kind of bug is it exactly?
I
forget.
It's like I forget too. I like to think of them as like almost like silverfish.
Okay.
Like a black bubbly silverfish.
Yeah, so he hands you a small fish thing, weird bug. Yeah, that.
All right.
Silverfish.
Yeah.
They're freaky little things.
They are. Like a long
Alright.
cockroach.
I'm going to start thinking into your brain. I flip around and I wait a bit. I sever the connection, and then I try to focus myself through the bug and speak to Wolfsbane.
Okay, make a persuasion check.
All right, you little bitch. They're going to be so persuaded. 12.
So, You can tell this would be a lot more difficult for them to understand and to learn. So
I need to teach them to be parrots, basically, like
Yeah.
psychic parrots.
because they're like they understand magic pretty well, like because they're inherently magic beings. They're like descended from dragons.
I have to teach them how to talk.
Yeah, and 12 isn't a pass, so
All right.
yeah, it's sort of just actually. So I think it actually misunderstands what you want it to do. And Wolfspin, can you make a con save, please? Please fail. Thank God. So, Wolfspin, this creature begins to burrow into your arm.
No, Gregor! Gregor, no!
Can I just rip it out?
Gregor! Yeah, I mean, you could.
Yeah, it starts to like bury right in your like forearm, like on your wrist.
I'm just gonna look mildly annoyed, like it's a mosquito, and I'm just gonna grab it with like 3 of my fingers.
Yeah, you take 2 piercing damage.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me. And I just grab it and rip it out.
Alright, to an extent, that's pretty good. I can command them to swarm somebody and attack. If I just do that, I guess.
Yeah, it tried to embed itself.
It doesn't seem to understand the difference between mental connection and literally physically putting himself in your brain. So
Well,
we're gonna...
as we're kind of talking, I like rip it out and then I just kind of crush it.
Yeah.
And I say,
okay,
well,
great.
Gregor's gone, so.
You can hear its like whines in your head, Theta.
Yeah, that's uncomfortable. Don't worry, he'll grow back. But it's yeah, he's a part of.
That is probably one of the weirdest things that I have ever seen.
I'll figure it out, and eventually we'll basically have psychic walkie-talkies. Because what I need to do basically is I need to teach it to be like a mental parrot, right? It needs to both connect to your mind and to my mind, and then relay information effectively. So to an extent, it's a translator. So I need to minorly at least teach it to speak words phonetically, not understand them per se. But we'll get there. It's a baby. We'll get there.
Make a wisdom saving throw, Theta.
Is this the troubles of parenthood catching up with me?
Maybe. I just want to see if, okay. You hear a whisper in the back of your mind.
Pardon? Hello?
You're not sure what it says. It passes without you being able to hear it.
Damn it. I hate when that happens. Alright. Well, it was worth a shot. Thank you, Wolfsbane, for entertaining that.
Yeah, whatever. Where are we going now?
Well, I was thinking we ought to chill out for a bit, let the rumors spread and, settle, and then we could potentially move into the back of the library.
Alright.
But your friend is still missing.
Yeah, that's why we're going to wait here for a bit.
Well, while you wait here, I've had my short break. I will see if I can go and try and find her.
Alright. Now, while you're off doing that, since I don't really need to sleep anymore, I suppose I could spend the time speaking with my Mi Familia and giving them some linguistics lessons. At the very least, if I'm successful, perhaps I could leave a bug behind, Sylvie would find it, and then I'd automatically be able to communicate a message to them.
Right.
I love being able to leave a part of myself everywhere I go.
Mm-hmm. And Erin is going to yeet herself out of the building
Goodbye!
and start searching, but be stealthy.
So you're searching around just for Sylvie?
Yeah, but she's trying to be stealthy about it. like, not be seen.
Right. How long do you spend looking for Sylvie?
Probably until like just before the sun comes up or something.
Okay. Yeah, make a stealth check and a persuasion, or not, a perception at advantage, because you're taking some time.
Okay. And yeah, okay. Let's see. Where is it? Fuck. There we go. Yeah, 13.
Yeah. So you don't see her.
Well,
Yeah, the sun begins to like sort of crest, and your skin starts to crawl.
Yeah. Well, it was one of the shots, so I just wrote it down. And she returns back to the sad Dragon Inn.
As you're heading back, I'd like you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh joy. I'm not good at these.
That's good. Okay. Yeah, so somewhere in the back of your mind, you hear like a small feminine voice. Do you try your best to listen to it, or do you ignore it?
Sure, she'll try to listen to it.
Okay. You don't have to look for me.
Yeah, fair enough. All right. That's all we need to know.
I'm fine.
I assume she recognizes that as Sylvie.
You're not sure. You don't recognize
Well-
the voice. It sounds very echoey and far away.
Hmm. Well, she'll return to the inn with that information then.
Mm-hmm. And then, Theta, what are you doing during the course of the night? The rest of it,
A.
at least.
Stands for Alpha. B stands for Beta. C stands for Charlie.
Do you,
D stands for Delta.
does T stand for Theta?
T stands for Father.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, so, make a, well, you're teaching something, so...
Like, I have my entire arm separated from my body, and it's all the individual bugs sitting around me for, like, story time.
Wolfsbane, what are you doing while this is happening? Oh my
I
god.
want to go over the map I stole from the library.
Okay. Oh yeah, that one. Fucking right. What do you want to learn from it?
I want to see what it is, what it's trying to point out, if there's anything useful.
Yeah. I'll keep that in mind. 1 second. So Theta, I'd like you to this wouldn't be a persuasion check because it's not a skill that they have yet. Like they're magically attuned, but they're creatures, and the only language they really understand is like a magical attunement. So it's like you're teaching them a thing. So I think that's like probably an intelligence check, but you can do it at advantage since you're taking a while to do it.
Because I'm their dad, and it's something I know. It's not great.
Okay, so it's very, very slow going. It might take you the whole day to get them to understand the basics of language. But they start
I just need them to be able to pronounce things phonetically.
they start to pick up like the ability to say the beginning of words. They're not quite there yet. Yeah.
Ah.
And you hear them repeat in chorus in your head. Yeah, and they're So to Wolfsbane, this just looks like you're silently looking at a bunch of bugs
It
and
is
then making
literally like taking a man.
and then just making like little head gestures like you're not getting it. Come on.
Like they all wiggle their little antennae. No, come on. Kill, that, boom.
Okay, and then
And then I point at a
Wolfsbane.
little drawing of Desmond.
Oh yeah,
Kill Desmond. Right?
friend.
No. Repeat after. Repeat after me.
Father.
You're so fucking close. You know what? Okay, we're gonna take a second, and I'm gonna pull out like a little fucking, like jerky, and we're gonna toss it around.
Oh my god.
All right, now it's snack time. Snack time. We're taking lunch.
All right, Wolfsbane, could you make a? So you're just trying to see what this map is saying?
Yeah,
It's basically just
I know
a.
it's triangulating something.
Oh, that map. So the map you were. Right. So, the Did I say the 3 locations before?
No.
Just 3 random points on the map.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so one of them is in Calm, one of them's in Crust-Toan, and then another one is in Amdore. They seem to be pointing somewhere in the Void Sea. But, like, there's a huge circle in the center, and it says, maybe not on this plane, question mark.
I'm gonna assume it's the Void Fisher.
Make a...
That's what I'm assuming.
I don't know that you would be able to tell what this is actually hinting. So the place that you picked this up was the Great Library, where Saris and all of them were talking strategy. And in this conversation, they were deliberating and really trying to hammer home the point that they needed to find Mamera so that she could tell them how to fix this. And so you might think that, you know, part of you might think that, but part of you might also think that maybe the triangulation they're trying to consider is finding something else. Because the Void Fissure isn't necessarily, you know, they know what's behind the fissure. At least they think they know.
Oh, that's true.
Whereas they don't know where Mamera is. They just are using some artifacts that they've found.
Okay.
And you might know the one that they found in Calm was the Tome of Knowing. And the other 2, you're not sure yet.
Okay.
Yeah. So, so Erin gets back from her field trip. Wolfsbane, you gotta take a long rest, I think, right?
Yeah.
So you do that before your long rest.
Well, the Zerafan going to sleep.
You don't need to sleep on a long rest, do you?
Yes. You have to
think you
sleep on a
do.
long rest.
Okay. Then I'm sleeping.
What for me?
Yeah, not for Theta though. Theta no need sleep.
Before I go to sleep,
Yeah.
I'm gonna like set up in a corner and then I'm gonna say, "Hey Theta, don't let her bite me."
So
Really?
how many? Oh my God! You actually changed your name to Thaddeus Cringe. Jeez. Okay. So you guys have a group supplies sheet with rations on them. Yeah.
Who needs rations? Erin had her fill.
Yeah. So -1 for Theta and Wolfsbane. So whatever that would be.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'll give Tisha the babies to speak. But
Yeah,
I think
the
and then, like tomorrow I'm gonna visit Mom, and we're gonna go hunting together. It's gonna be great.
So the wine cellar is like completely stripped of all food. Everywhere in the bar has actually been pretty laid bare, and so we're just hanging out in the bar today.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Erin is going to actually.
Actually,
she's
I'm
gonna
gonna go to the room that me and Jen would share, and that's where I'm gonna chill.
Oh, alright, Erin is gonna probably talk to Thane or something. I don't know.
Oh no, you should still talk to Dave. The door's open. He's just
Oh,
teaching
okay.
his children.
A B C D E.
The HIJKLMNO father.
So what are
Hi.
you doing?
Oh, I'm helping them with linguistics.
When I wake up, I have
Um,
stuff to talk about.
Literacy is
Yeah.
important for the future abilities I wish to unlock within them.
Mm-hmm.
Or, a basic understanding of common. Literacy is not the word I want to use. It's being able to speak, precisely. See, they kind of talk in magical pheromones, one could say. So, it's not intuitive, but we're getting there.
I can't say that in all of my years had I heard someone trying to teach bugs to speak, but well, to each their own, I suppose.
Children, show her what you've learned. And a fucking cacophony of bugs are projecting their minds into you.
It sounds horrifying.
Dude,
It's like
okay.
it's like listening to hell.
Yeah, no. Jeremiah, you're being silly. Stop it.
Either way, after that white noise, I forget who it was. It was either you or Wolfsbane who asked of what I was doing here on the plane of remembrance.
I believe that was me. You said you were looking for someone, and when I questioned further, you were PG.
Yes, and I still can't. Well, I still can't say exactly what I'm looking for. I can say that this person has some ties to the disappearance of a certain face.
Purity?
No, I believe the name they gave me was Memera.
Oh. Yes, that is the question. Where is Mamera?
Not only that, he stole some important texts from the house, so I have to retrieve those as well.
I see. Mamera's presence has always been not something I've particularly concerned myself with, but I suppose it is of a matter of importance that I care about Mamera now. There is a certain tome that Desmond and, Rosetta, and by proxy Desmond, acquired called the Tome of Knowledge. You can ask it any question you want. Unless you ask the wrong question, I suppose. It's a possible tool that they're using to locate either these artifacts to find Mamera or Mamera herself. I'm not quite sure. But I can't imagine that it's gone unused. Perhaps they are trying to accumulate more knowledge so that they can make more informed questions.
Perhaps. Speaking of which, I'm not entirely familiar with the names you two have been speaking. Desmond and Rosetta. I
Allow me to
heard them
catch
in
you up.
passing, but
Rosetta. A small, halfling, roguish bard girl who was a party member of ours for a time, working with us to acquire certain artifacts from tombs for the Church Evermemories. However, she recently became acquainted and, one might say, enamored with Desmond and his speakings on such things such as his role as the king below. She assisted him in avoiding an ambush we had planned to take his life, and has recently outright abandoned us to join him at his side in this massive war effort. She is dangerous in her knowledge more so than her actual abilities. I would say, perhaps.
Very small lamb than Gerator.
Yes. I would imagine that in a straight-on fight, she is not incompetent, but sorely lacking when compared to somebody like Wolfsbane. But I suppose that is why she has stuck herself to Desmond's side and not left. If she were to be caught out at any point, she would surely die. But Desmond is a druid, and they have a habit of becoming big, beefy beasts that throw their weight around. He is a elf and former high diviner, ex-arch of Elmheim. He was the master of diplomacy before he declared war, after systematically either forcing out or killing his fellow exarchs in order to take full control of Elmheim.
Yeah, that would certainly make sense as to what I saw in when you and Sylvie were uh, when you and Sylvie were ambushed.
Yes, we have a bit of history. You see, it appears that Desmond and his crew of motley crusaders are actually in a bit of a pickle. You see, despite the fact that they have taken Khan, if they become stuck here, they are going to starve. Their plan is to push further north, to try and pillage for more food and resources to fuel the war machine. I
So
can't imagine this is actually an extremely... what's the word? Sustainable model.
So they tried to. So they started a war without making sure they had the resources to fund a war.
I don't believe Desmond particularly cares about the casualties of the common folk and whatnot. I think he needs food as long as it continues the onslaught forward. He's a bit of a... Well, he plans on ending the world to a degree and causing another forgetting, which I'm not sure if you're familiar with the concept, but is a very bad thing for us.
It was briefly. It was debriefed to me on what it was, but
There is a god of this plane, the god of remembrance and forgetting, Emir. He, upon dying because of the void fissures opening and releasing the beast within it, he dies and he causes the forgetting, essentially. He sets the board back to zero. A bit of a time paradox, if you will. There have been countless cycles in which we have failed, over and over again, until everything shakes out cleanly and we somehow eke out a win. It's like learning there is an 0.01% chance of success and merely repeating ad nauseum until you just luck out. Statistically speaking, you must eventually win, right?
so that's what you mean by trying to save the world.
It's less so that I care much about saving the world from destruction or violence or death. It's more so saving it from stagnation, from being stuck in this 100-year Groundhog Day of sorts. Perpetuous war, strife, repetitiousness. Things only change slightly, but It is, in a way, the opposite of corruption. Corruption is change. This is stagnation, rotted waters. This is something completely different. I suspect it is perhaps the domain of the fellow I saw named Clovis. He's a rotten bastard if I'd ever seen one.
And I mean, Erin's been on the plane of remembrance for 2 years. I mean, she has some stuff. She has some knowledge because of the house and wavering. Could she make like a history check? Like maybe she might have heard of Clovis, or if he went by like something else at one point.
Yes. It's pretty difficult, but yeah.
Okay.
A
No,
2
because I
or
suck
an
at
8.
history.
He's like big and powerful. You know, he sounds like I don't know, maybe a god or something.
I could not tell you if he's a phase, but he's certainly a demi-fiend, perhaps. Unpleasant is the
And
true word.
and perhaps there might be no reason at all, but my question is to you: why stay here on this plane if it's just stagnant, as you say? You're a process of rehouse and wavering. You could go to another world and not have to deal with the stagnation.
Because you see, Aaron, I don't believe that suddenly the consequences escape me once I leave this plane. This is my
No.
world. This is my place, my home. I cannot simply go off on time traveling adventures simply because I dislike its trajectory, especially if there's something I can do about it. Even if there was nothing I could do, I don't believe I'd wish to leave. I simply don't think there's much out for me anywhere else. My roots are far too deep here, like the great wilds themselves.
I suppose so.
It's a terribly selfish desire.
I don't think it's necessarily selfish, but it certainly doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I gladly left my homeworld, my plane. Not entirely, but it was more boring than and it was more boring, really. Need
Nothing to
something
do.
else. That makes sense.
I suppose there's a difference between nothing to do and the fear of there being nothing to do. Right.
I
In coming
mean,
time, I believe you'll be meeting some of the more powerful entities of this realm. Perhaps they can give us some insight to your part in this puzzle. If you're a complete outlier, that might be even more exciting. You see, what we've been noticing about this cycle of the forgetting is that there's a lot of unique elements at play. It's creating certain deviations from the norm, one could say. The faces are able to remember the various cycles, though not completely. Not enough, at least, to make any useful approximations of what one should and should not do. They're not omnipotent, unfortunately, nor can they be everywhere at once.
it's certainly a strange one, I will say. This world is odd.
Oh,
Suppose that's why the house marked it as dead, I believe it was.
dying, dead. I'd care little for the house's markers and identifications. I only really joined for more information as to my personal interests. Like I said before, I'm an extremely selfish person when it comes to power. I join the house as far as it gets the safety of my plane and of my ambitions.
Mm.
I'm sure once all of this is over, I will renounce whatever processing duties I have. Or I'll just simply not do them, whichever is easier.
And you might want to be careful of that one, as the sector I'm with, I will say that my job is to assassinate or find people like the one I'm looking for who turn traitor to the house, if that makes sense.
I'd hardly call myself a traitor, or like a
Oh,
layback.
no. No.
Ezekiel? Ezekiel, it's an... Yes, kill, correct. And I pick up one of the bugs. Kill, yes! Yes! Sorry. Proud mother moment.
Mm.
Have you ever considered motherhood? I don't know if being immortal makes it more or less appealing.
I will say that I have taken some people under my wing once or twice, but
But you've never cut someone from your own cloth, I suppose.
no.
I
Doesn't
suppose
really suit me.
Understandable. It'd be a complicated process. I mean, the circumstances of my children's birth is also quite complicated. I never thought I'd be a parent, frankly. I just simply did not believe that my physiology agreed with me on such ambitions.
Well,
But look at
such
me. A seedbed of curses.
such is magic, I suppose.
Anyway, did we say that Wolfsbane, what did you want to do when you got up?
Oh, am I awake now?
Yeah.
Wolverine. I almost said Wolverine.
Yeah, Wolverine steps
Wolfsbane.
up. He's got 6
Wolverine
claws.
steps out of a portal. No, Wolfsbane gets up and he did some thinking. He's done some thinking after what Theta mentioned, and so he's gonna walk over to Theta and he says, "Theta, tell me, how big was this king guy?"
At least 2 of you.
At least 2 of me.
Maybe 3.
Wait a minute.
Maybe.
Oh, wait a minute. You don't think. Wait.
Well,
Desmond's.
you said they called him king, right? And they were acting all like
Oh,
revering
God
him.
damn it. Is that the face of greed, you think?
That's what I'm thinking.
Christ.
Because the king below, they do worship the face of greed, and well, if they're all acting all hoity-toity and kissing his ass, well, you want me to go ask Natalia?
She wouldn't know. It is her child, as far as I understand this family tree.
Yeah, she might be able to help us if it actually is, but not hedge our bets yet.
Oh,
I'll be
I
back.
have been wanting to kill a god recently. I thought it would have to be Natalia, but I'll.
You know what? We can kill it. We can kill it together. It'll be a bonding moment.
Oh, I do love when we bond.
All right, I'll be back in a second. Just double check.
Okay.
Um,
I will set an alarm. And I cast the ritual alarm.
and then I'm going to sit in the corner where I was sleeping and get into my prayer position.
Cool. Do you you want to make
Protection box.
the alarm spell all over calm?
Yes.
Over all of calm, just a giant ritual.
That's what they did in Elheim. They made a massive fucking alarm.
Yeah. I wonder.
No, but it's more so an alarm area. It's like the stairs down to the like the front door. No, I'm gonna say like the I guess like we're like in the rooms towards the back of the place, right?
So downstairs there's like single beds. There's like 3 rooms with those, and then upstairs there.
hallway. You know
Like
what I'm saying?
upstairs in the hallway where the stairs lead up?
Like in the hallway, just like so you have to step into the hallway to look at all the rooms, right?
The rooms are like off the main room. Like the here.
I'm just gonna place it in like the fuck it, just right in front of my door. Fuck it.
Okay.
And I'm
So-
gonna designate all my allies, all my children, and Sylvian.
Yeah.
Sylvis, to not
Sylvis.
trigger it.
Sylvanus. Right. So Wolfsbane, would you make a religion check, please?
Dog, I don't have a good religion score.
That's okay. It doesn't look like you needed it. Yeah. So, what's your prayer exactly? From your understanding of
Well-
things, she can't just like talk to you whenever she wants.
I request counsel.
I see.
I'm like,
Yeah. So
yo, I need to talk.
Okay.
And I'll add on like the subject of the email is I need to talk, family business.
Okay. All right. So you're doing this in the wine cellar area?
Yeah, where I was sleeping.
Yeah. So all of a sudden you hear like it sounds to you like someone's like tinking a glass jar, like flicking it, making a noise in front of you.
I
And
concentrate.
you hear this sound repeated, and no matter how much you concentrate, it just keeps repeating every now and then at like irregular intervals. And
Somebody casting the
this keeps
interruption spell.
going on.
I remember there's like a fucking D&D spell that actually literally stops you from being able to concentrate on the spell.
That'd be fucking hilarious. No, that you're praying, your eyes are closed in the wine cellar, and like from above you, or like beside you, like in front of you, like that area somewhere, like you're roughly 11 o'clock. Someone's like flicking a glass jar. It sounds like.
I'm just gonna say, so my eyes are still closed. I'm still trying to concentrate. I'm just gonna say, who the hell's messing with the glass?
You feel like a sort of attraction, like physical, like your body is being drawn towards the sound.
This is freaking me out. It's reminding me of the hypnosis from Get Out.
Yeah, and
Uh,
it stays the same. Like the volume stays the same.
Can I, like, if I open, what happens if I open my eyes?
I don't know. You'll have to find out.
Open eyes.
You hear the tinking noise again, and in front of you, one of the wine bottles moves a bit.
How so?
It just it jiggles on the shelf in front of you.
It jiggles on demand.
I'm gonna go grab the wine bottle.
You grab it and the sound stops. And then the one next to it starts making the noise.
I'm gonna grab that one too.
What's your passive perception?
14.
Okay, so you immediately, when you go to reach down at the other glass bottle, you see something on the bottle, like in the reflection of the light. It's like something moves in the reflection.
Like, it would be, like, behind me?
Maybe.
I am going to pick the bottle up and then use it like a mirror to look around the room through the reflection of the bottle.
Yeah, you pan around the room, and behind you, you see, through the reflection in the mirror of the bottle, you see the back of Natalia. So, like, tall, and, like, you see the edge of her leg, basically. And you go up, and, like, it's weird. You see the top of the wine cellar and, like, the ceiling, but you also see Voidhope Citadel and the hallways therein. And after you're watching for a while, Natalia turns around and looks at your, like, reflection. And then suddenly, you, like, hear, sort of resonating through the glass, the voice of Natalia.
What's she saying?
She says, "What do you need?"
You got a son, right? Big guy, greedy.
That is no son of mine.
Well, what's his name, anyway?
Well, large and man. Two very interesting descriptors, because they can only describe one person I'm familiar with. I believe you met Clovis, the King of Greed.
Ding, ding, ding.
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah, he's in bed with Desmond. Or the other way around from what it looks like.
Did you see the eclipse 2 nights ago? You wouldn't have
No,
seen
I did
it.
not.
Yeah.
2 nights ago, I wasn't exactly around.
Well, I think that's when he came into the world.
Well,
What do
how
you
do I
need?
get him to head on back home?
If he is here, it means that he does not intend on leaving.
Does that dagger you gave us work? Or is that
It may.
just for the one guy? It may? Oh, that's comforting.
The dagger was intended for Silas, my son of creation. It was meant for a face, not a abyssal king.
Abyssal King? I thought he was just a face of greed.
He is one of the 4 rulers of the abyss.
And I'm gonna assume that they're pretty powerful.
He is my uncle, technically. He is as powerful as roughly 4 faces combined.
Oh, that's wonderful to hear.
That is why the dagger may not work.
Do you happen to have 3 other daggers?
I think to kill him, you may need more. You may need our help.
Well,
We
I'll
need at
gladly
least
take
4
it.
faces.
A face I believe, can kill a face. I believe a face can also kill him. It's almost been done before. That's how Silas died.
Well, if you or another face is going to help us, how exactly are we going to tackle this?
If you could get him weakened and tell us when you're going to attack, we may be able to help.
That doesn't sound very certain.
We'll be there. It's just I'm not sure we can kill him. It's just a theory right now. It's never been done.
All right. Well. In the meantime, you know anything that he's weak against, maybe not physically weak, but mentally weak. He has any,
Charity?
is he prone to a certain type of, maybe drink? Maybe he's got a certain type of woman he likes.
Emotional trauma he's experienced that we could exploit.
Maybe he have some trauma when he was a little kid. If he was a little kid. Is there something we can use to either weaken him, if not just distract him?
He is unforgiving. But he is pragmatic. If you can find a way to appeal to his better reason to get him to leave, that might be able to convince him. He's not illogical. He's willing to listen to you. But he is proud.
If he's proud and he's greedy, well, then he must value his own life quite well. You gotta be living to relish in the pleasures of the flesh and food and drink. So if there was reasonable justification for him to think that he has a chance of dying in this conflict, well, you think that might just do it?
I don't think he would think you capable of that.
Oh, not just me. I would need proof that the faces have something out for him, that the faces are ready to put him down. By myself, sure, I'm pretty confident in my abilities, but this guy seems like a whole ordeal. So if you were to give me something that he might recognize, or some proof that I ain't just some random nobody that's trying to go up against an abyssal king. Something that shows the faces are on my side.
If you tell him that Mira's daughter has come to help you, it might work. I think it will. He'll know you mean business then. You could even call me Natalia the Arrogant, if you want. That was my pet name then.
Alright, so you got Natalia the Arrogant. And then what was that first part again? Just making sure I got it right.
Mira's daughter has come to help.
Alright, I think I got that down. Well, now I guess I just have to figure out how to get that information to him without Desmond getting to me first.
And the bottle you're holding, the reflection, and you see her smile, and then the glass shatters, leaving a whole bottle full of wine just on the wine cellar floor around your feet.
I'm just gonna go with spell. So it stayed in a room, right?
He was upstairs with Aaron. Yeah.
I'm gonna go upstairs.
Yeah.
And when I walk upstairs, you guys can tell, I don't look scared, but like I look like serious, like the stakes have been raised.
He looks in a state of rapture.
What's up, Rapture? And then the session ends.
What's up, Rapture? Fucking what?
We were partly right.
I mean,
so this Clovis guy, the King of Greed, he ain't just the face of greed.
Oh.
Now, Clovis is actually the uncle, or legit kind of the uncle of Natalia, but the kicker is he's an abyssal king, and he's one of the 4 rulers of the abyss, and according to Natalia, has the strength of at least
At
four
least
faces
four, right? Yeah.
combined.
Okay. You know what? So he's what kills everybody. One of the four
Exactly.
people that kills everybody.
But
Huh.
what I did get is we do have a chance. Now Natalia's not 100%, but it's the best shot we got. Now, Natalia said she's going to try and muster up some faces to come and help us, but the kicker is Clovis, he's a real son of a bitch, but he's a pragmatic guy. If the odds are against him, or at least he thinks they are, we have a chance of sending him back to where he came from. Now, Natalia specifically told me to some phrases that I gotta tell Clovis to make sure he knows the stakes are real. Now, I don't know whether or not it's gonna work, but it's kind of the only shot we got.
And I can help.
Natalia said to make sure that she knows when we're going to attack, so that she can help as much as she can.
And we know how to get as close as possible.
We do. Now, I think we got a couple wild cards in this situation. So, first up is, I don't know how Desmond is going to react to this. Now, I know Clovis he's above all that. But Desmond, he's got a real ego on him. And he might lash out at us before we can actually have a civil conversation with this abyssal king. Now, on top of that, we have, an army marching down from Arcage.
Do we
And
want
on
to?
top of that,
Do we want to bide our time until the army gets here and then push it? Combine both the loss of the physical life of the armies of Ilnheim, along with the threat of the faces to descend upon Clovis, to make him realize that perhaps things are not going the way he thought they might, and he has bitten off more than he can chew, despite his big mouth.
actually, that might be a good idea. Is there any way for us to contact the Arcage army? Because if we can use the army as leverage against Desmond. Desmond is running low on reserves. We've already put a dent, or at least a threat to his army. So
And
the new
they
army
have
coming up from the
very
north
little
would be a
food.
serious threat to Desmond,
And they're not
especially
starving.
since they're trying to go north.
How? I think it's about a week's travel from Arcage, yes? And it's been 3 days? I suggest
Well,
we wait another
they've been marching for longer than 3 days.
Then how about we wait until the blood starts flying, and then we may make our move. It'll be easier to navigate the cities when there's chaos and confusion, anywho. I doubt Desmond's
So
going
wait
to throw
for-
himself on the front lines. He has yet to do so. He'll probably remain in high command.
All right, so wait for the Arcage soldiers to get into the city. Chaos ensues. We get into the library, and it should just be Desmond, Clovis, Joker, Rosetta, and some guards waiting there for us.
So you're really thinking about trying to kill a god?
Thinking
Well,
about
we're
it,
thinking about killing Desmond and getting rid of a god.
And if all else fails, what is your plan then?
the forgetting happens, this all begins again, and we will return here eventually.
More or less, yeah.
In a way, this kind of takes all the weight off my mind. Though I'm sure.
Well, I
that-
guess knowing that it'll happen again is kind of a reassurance. It's like, hey, if you die here, you're gonna get another shot.
Hopefully. Well, anyway,
And
we've
I
done
ain't
enough.
Sure about you,
fail.
Aaron, because you ain't from here, but
No, and I don't plan to stick around if this forgetting does happen.
What do you think would happen if you got trapped in the forgetting? Do you think you would become native here? That would be interesting. Not that I'd want to see that happen.
I don't imagine so. As
well, in
far
the
as
meantime, we still don't know where Sylvie is.
Oh, probably should have brought this up earlier, and I don't know if it was her, but when I was out searching for her, some voice in my head told me to not that they're fine, that they don't need to be looked for. I don't know.
Well, hopefully she can manage by herself, because now like we have a lot of time to go and find her. Now, what allies do we have in the city that we have access to? Do you think we can get back underneath the remnants of the church and see if the new diviner might be able to help us at all?
Perhaps. Though. He's most certainly alive still. I feel like we would know if he was dead at this point. He's also a little sneaky, so. He might be able to help us, but I'm actually a bit more interested in catching up with those mercenaries you hired and getting the bang for our buck, hopefully.
I say we should try and find them too, but
Rosetta's still alive, you imagine, yes? And the war's lost, so perhaps we could take her up as an ally. Fingers crossed, at least. She seems extremely resilient to death.
you mean Rava?
Fuck! Yes, I do admit Rava.
Who it is?
Well, that is the thing. We can try and find Rava, and then we can try and find. There's 3 people we can try and find, actually. We can try and find the diviner, we can try and find Rava, and then we can try and find the mercenaries I hired. Now, those mercenaries were mighty capable from what I heard, so I bet they're holed up somewhere in the city. I just don't know where.
High Diviner's still alive? I mean, Cyrus is dead, but what about the old bastard?
Well, I'm pretty sure he's still holed up underneath the remnants of the church, I doubt. Desmond's looking down there.
What was his name? The one who was fucked up by my boy. What was his name? The corrupted High Diviner. Like the High Diviner.
I have no clue.
Me neither. You had Divinosaurus, and then you had the High Diviner above him.
Yeah. His name was Segeric Ozwin.
Yeah, Oswin. Thank you, God. Whatever happened to Segeric Oswin?
I don't even remember ever meeting that guy, so I don't know.
You know what? That's fair. If he's dead, like, what? No biggie. But that kind of sucks. He seems like a powerful caster of swords. But if we run into him, that'd be delightful.
Also,
unless we run into him as a zombie, then well.
Oh, I don't. Did Aaron say anything about their contact person?
You know
Yeah.
she's from the house.
Yeah, you're
Okay,
just in the
never
house, but
mind.
anything about her contact you do not know.
Well, then we got 3 different targets. There's 3 of us. We can either go together or split up.
And first, who are these other people you're talking about?
Names and places.
Well, the first one is High Diviner. He's holed up underneath secret passageways under the remnants of the old church. I had him instated as the High Diviner, or not the High Diviner, but the Diviner. He is a master of secrets, and Theta, he's a decent caster, right?
Fairly certain he knows a bit his way around illusion.
I'd imagine. So he at least knows his way around the city. He also has a guard, and he knows all the secrets around and in and out of the church. The next one is Rava, who is one of the exarchs of the Church of Calm, and she used to be an adventuring companion of ours. Now, she's very powerful, and she'd be a good asset to have.
Yeah, you've
there's-
also seen Rava, by the way. When the church collapsed, you saw her run with Valia. After the
I mean,
fight.
she didn't know. Right, she didn't know her name, though.
Yeah, but I imagine with this, he's also giving you like physical descriptions and shit.
Oh,
Yeah, I would have.
Oh, huh. So that's
then-
Reva.
Yeah. And then the next one is, before we met, basically, I came from Argage up north, one of the northern cities. and I hired 3 mercenaries, the most skilled mercenaries I could find in the city, to help me find and eventually rescue Theta and Sylvie. At the time, it was just to help us out, but then when I got back, they were missing, and then the Moth Man showed up, and it all went to shit. I told them that they would come back to the Sad Dragon Inn. They would stay here for 3 days after my disappearance, and then if I still was not there, they would go back to Arcage. I would meet them there. It's been 3 days. It was 3 days yesterday. They should have been here. So I'm assuming they're either captured, they're dead, or they're holed up somewhere in the city.
Mm. And what? And do you think your friend Reva is all right though?
Rava's capable. She can handle herself.
I mean, she had a building collapsed on her, but you know.
Only a little bit. Saurus is the dead one. Rava's had time to recoup.
Well, I can certainly search around. I'm quite capable in stealthing around, making sure not caught. But whether we all want to go together is another question.
Now, I think it's probably a good idea to go together, but then again, it is kind of conspicuous.
I mean, we could split up like we did earlier. You and Theta, and I could go on my own.
That sounds like a good idea, actually. Now, I'd say you look for mercenaries if you're up for it, just because there's a lot more ground to cover. You can get around a lot easier than us two.
I can probably do that.
All right, if you do find them, say Wolfsbane is alive, requests their presence. Considering I still owe some of them money anyway. Theta and I, Theta, you say we go say hi to the diviner first and then Rava, or the Rava first and then the diviner?
He's muted.
Oh no.
Theta, you're muted! If you're here. No. Cool.
Okay, I think that's fine. We could probably pick that up next session. So,
Cool.
when the talking ends, we're left with one last scene. I don't know how this is going to fit into the story. This is probably going to happen at some point. I just wanted to relay this scene. It would probably be Erin sneaking about the city once more, like she is so often to do.
She does what she does.
So you see in the distance, it's like somewhat mid-afternoon, like the sun's starting to set, and it's like dark enough to be outside because there's like clouds, like heavy clouds in the sky, and we see Clovis and the entourage of the Elmhain like church with him, so Rosetta and a bunch of hooded figures behind Desmond. And Clovis is sort of standing there in the city center. And he says, "It has been so long since I was able to come back to my home. Thank you, children, for coming here. It is at this time I would wish to hear my oaths of fealty from the old Church of Remembrance swine." And he looks down at a group of people standing in front of him. How many people would that be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people stand in front of him. In the center, standing in front of the 4, is a shorter man. We recognize him to be Tolowin. And he says, "I don't know who you think you are, but the Church of Remembrance stands strong. The faces are alive and willing to help. Whoever you represent is nothing. You are foolish to think you could rule here. And Clovis sort of chuckles. You will come to regret this, small man. And he reaches down with his forefinger and his thumb, and he picks up Tolowin by the head. He picks him up, like at waist level, and cleanly rips his spine out of his body and throws it to the side. And he looks down at the four, and he says, "Now you are willing to swear fealty? Receive the blessing?" And they all nod. And one by one, we see the same bald, angular-featured man in the green robes giving a sort of spell, or casting a spell in front of each of Reva, Videric, Valia, and Vidimir. And their eyes sort of glow a sickly green color when the spell is finished. And at the end of the blessing, all four of them walk across, and they're like, normal stature. They don't seem too affected by this spell. And then they turn around and like about face, and Clovis says, "It is time I have come to reclaim my weapon." And he takes 2 steps forward to the giant cylinder in the center of the city. He slams the head of his scepter down onto the top of this cylinder and pulls it out of the ground to reveal a gargantuan greatsword. He shoulders it, hefts it around a bit, accustoming himself to the weight of it. "It feels good to be home," it says as the camera passes over the citizens that are now watching this. Each of them has no eyes, no mouth, and no nose. They are simply skin on their faces. Or faceless. Or faceless. They would recognize them to be from the book that Rosetta was reading in the beginning, before her corruption. And then we fade to black.
I got it. I know what our name's gonna be.
So
Fantastic Four.
Oh my god.
So just to be clear, Erin was watching this, and she's
You were like,
around.
we saw it because I just wanted the party to be aware that this took place because it's a rather significant event. You were like watching this happen from like some far removed building, like, taking cover behind a corner somewhere, and you saw all this happen.
So she can go report that everything's fucked.
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't want something like that to happen and then you guys find out about it in like a context clues, because too much shit just happened to be contextual.
Oh yeah.
So I think Tolowin's dead, probably.
Yeah, pretty sure.
It only took
I mean, having your spine ripped out.
It only took 34 sessions for that pillar to become a thing. God, I've been having to hold on to that for like months.
That stupid fucking pillar. God damn it. I'm gonna kill him.
So, our chances have significantly decreased.
What do you mean?
No.
Well, why? Why do you think that?
We need a better name. I'm like
The Fantastic Four?
Marauders.
Void cleaving bastards fighting against forgetful fatalism. What the fuck don't you understand?
What? Oh shit! What's that? What was his name? No, Thaddeus's boys is what we are.
Fatty boys. I like void cleaving bastards if we must shorten it.
That's cool. I like that.
The Void Marauders.
void otters.
So you guys finally found out about the like
I like bastards.
the abyss being a place fucking 34 sessions in, and I'm pretty excited about that. This is a good session. I got to tell you all the cool stuff I've been making up.
And how fucked we are.
So what were you saying?
We gotta, I think, void something. Void something.
Abyss divers.
The Void Scouts.
The the critters, the rolling one squad. The Void touched them fucks en route for destruction. I'm really excited about the next couple of sessions. I think they're gonna really be a pivotal fucking moment.
I feel like we're going to die.
That's
You know, it's
Good.
very funny because Aaron Aaron has an entire undead army, I would imagine, in her homeland. But I don't think she has anyone to bring them here, so because undead lands or whatnot.
he has a token now.
Oh boy.
He is a large creature.
We need a
when you
shorter
start
name than
to
that. We need like
name-
a catchy name.
We need
So,
the
like-
longest name.
No, we gotta like put it out into the press. So like
I don't want
medieval
I don't want anybody to be able
so
to pronounce our name.
medieval newsletters can like be like, hey, get your letter here, get your letter
I want
here.
that medieval
The
paper
Void
boy to
Scout.
fucking die.
The Void Scouts killed an eel monster outside of Arcus today. Get your
Guys, the
paper, get your paper.
bastards forgot to get and then he dies of asphyxiation. Don't you understand?
5 copper, come on, 5 copper. I'll shine your shoes too.
The Viking bastard. Like,
This is become an auction. What is happening?
What?
if I scream loud enough, my ideas will work.
All right, today at the Void Scouts auction, we have Theta's blue robes from the one session in the city where he murdered some folks. Starting at 5 copper, 5 copper going once, going twice, going 6
And
copper.
10
The gentleman in the back.
Oh
will
my
smell
God.
like the blood
10 copper.
Is that
10 going
Thaddeus
once, going twice, going
Cringe's
3 times.
mask?
Sold to the man in purple.
100 gold.
Is that Thaddeus Cringe's shoes? Oh my goodness.
They are.
2,000 gold.
What is going on?
I have to go to bed. Anyways.
Big Stinky's gonna eat you.
Oh, we should probably do goals. That might
Oh.
be a thing.
Yeah, I forgot about that. I think Theta forgot about it too. Sorry,
Yep.
that was a fucking ridiculous session.
Yeah.
Some
Yeah,
stuff
some things to think
some
about.
stuff happened, and I was too busy thinking about it.
We spent a lot of time spreading that rumor.
We
yeah,
did.
that was really useful.
Chaos.
So
Chaos ensued.
Theta's goals were very similar to the last couple of sessions.
Yeah, I think
need
I half completed a lot of mine. I don't know. We'll
I
see.
think I just worked on mine.
So, Theta's goals were to unlock further potential in Voidborn, survive the war, kill one of the motherfuckers that I've been trying to kill for like a year now or something. And he worked on all of them, which is 550. Because he didn't really complete the unlocking the potential yet. He's getting there. He definitely worked on it. So that's 3 times 550. Which is 1650. I'll DM them. All right. Sylvie is somewhere. Who knows? It will be cool when they get back, though. I promise. Wolfsbane. You work towards killing Desmond. You definitely did this session. There's that. Do you think you worked on your second goal?
Yeah,
Yeah, to get out of Calm alive.
because the point of the rumor part of it was a distraction, either so we can leave or an
Oh.
opportunity to kill Desmond.
Yeah. Okay. And then you're level 11.
I'm level 12.
Okay. Is Theta 12?
No, I'm the only one that's level 12.
Okay. So you get 2 working towards, and then you didn't really work towards the third one, I don't think. So that's 1200 total.
Yeah, we like started at the end, but we didn't really do that yet.
Yeah, ran out of time. And then Aaron, are you level 10 still?
Yeah, level 10.
Wait, so how much did I get?
1200.
1200.
Yes.
All right.
I need to bust out my encounter difficulty chart for this one. So 10th level. I think the first one was a medium, probably.
Yeah,
so
probably.
that would be 3600.
Mhm.
Session 34. Cause discord among Elmhayen. I need to get ready to say that fucking every time. You also completed that. I think that's a medium.
I mean, it's up to you, but I'd kind of argue maybe hard, because, I mean, there was a lot that went into it, I think.
If you were doing it yourself and expecting as much, then yeah, but the teamwork aspect kind of made it easier.
Unexpected teamwork, but yeah, okay.
Because it's not like it would have. You risked a lot, but it wasn't like you were doing stuff outside of your comfort zone, right? Like you went into it with a plan and everything, and I mean there was a risk, but it was like really. It would have been very rare to actually fail that, and it didn't.
Okay,
it didn't take more than one session.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. So
that's
3600.
Medium for 3600 for that one, and then
All right.
third one. I think you work towards it because you learned that information about the barrier, and
Yeah.
you were looking for information anyway, so you worked towards it.
Okay.
Yeah, and then every other every other quest is very long term. Like I can't give working towards for them, but you basically work towards them. So good job, guys.
Wow. How much is the working towards the last one?
You're level 10, correct?
Yeah.
500.
Cool.
I
that
go
much.
sleep.
See you later.
See ya.